The world has now entered an apocalyptic era where monsters have appeared, possessing the power to destroy an entire city with a single swing of their hand, and just like that, our protagonist was tasked with regressing to the past to change humanity's fate. The moment he opened his eyes in his previous life, he had already taken out high-interest loans from 10 banks because he listened to his best friend. Without doing any actual business, he trained like a madman day and night, pushing his body to the physical limits of humankind. But somehow the apocalypse never freaking happened. After waiting for over half a year without food or water, he went from the strongest hero to the most sacred spot in Korea where people came to pray for peace, thinking he had gone insane. Facing 10 loans, his only option was to become the #1 streamer in Vietnam. Using his knowledge from his previous life, he completely dominated the virtual world, becoming a live streaming legend. In just a few weeks, he earned over 1.2 billion in donations. And, okay, no more tangents. Let's start the story. The story opens to a pitch-black sky with thunder and lightning striking down from above. Along with it came the fierce and brutal attack of menacing, bloodthirsty dragons. 25 years after the planetary monsters invaded Earth's final day had come, the entire world was now engulfed in flames and chaos. Everything had turned to dust and smoke, and all that was left was a desolate pile of ruins. And, of course, the last survivors couldn't just sit idly by and watch this catastrophic scene unfold. Humanity launched its final counterattack to destroy the ruler of the alien race. Offer your last breath for humanity. After all, they had already been pushed to the brink of death, and there was nothing left to lose. So they resolved to fight bravely until they went to meet their ancestors. At that moment, the leader of the alien race floated in midair, whispering some kind of incantation. In an instant, a red energy sphere appeared from its mouth, like a cannonball about to be fired towards them. Not long after the sphere collided with the ground, and created an explosion more terrifying than ever, as if it wanted to tear the very sky apart. Now in front of the leader was a path that had been cleared by the explosion. This was the beginning of the end for humanity. In this situation, hanging by a thread, our protagonist, Hyuk, felt a fire burning in his heart. He couldn't just watch any longer and charged forward, his mouth running non-stop. "You bastard, I'll kill you!" But just as he was about to leap forward, Capua blocked Hyuk's path. It was Boro, his condition right now. It was clear that he wasn't okay at all. He asked Capua, "Your arm." "I'm fine, Boro." They could clearly see that the alien race now had the upper hand, so they had no choice but to yield. One more step. Stopping him with humanity's current power is impossible. Our only remaining option is to use that method. This is it. The Time Regression Stone. The last hope humanity discovered at the end of the 25-year war. The Space-Time Regression Stone. The one who possesses the stone's power can return to the past once. However, the power of this stone can only be used exclusively by one individual. Only one person can use the Space-Time Regression Stone. If only one person must go, then it has to be you, Hyuk. At this point, realizing that he would be the hope humanity was entrusting to him, he was a bit stunned. And the reason he was given such a noble responsibility was because Hyuk was a figure with the power of a rare supreme being. You are a once-in-a-century genius hunter who can do this. The fate of 8 billion people depends on you. Hearing this, he clenched his teeth, his heart filled with determination. He would definitely complete the mission entrusted to him. All right. Because there wasn't much time left, Hyuk had to use the time stone now to return to the past. In the next life, I hope all of us can. The entire space was now enveloped in a mystical purple light. Everyone watched Hyuk's time regression process intently, without looking away for a second. And then the purple light from the stone grew stronger and stronger, proving its one-of-a-kind power. Meet again with a smile. That sentence was also their final farewell, before the stone carried Hyuk back to the past. Now all that was left of his body was a large hole in his chest. He's gone. Everyone who remained was filled with hope that Hyuk could change humanity's cruel fate once and for all. For some reason. But then the girl stood up, looked forward, and smiled. No, we still have one last thing to do. The alien ruler. At the very least, we must fight one last time. Hyuk will be the one to change the future, but we who are in the present will fight to our last breath. Capua strongly agreed with her. That's right. There's still a long road ahead. One last time. Let's fight. In their final moments nearing death, they always stood side by side fighting to push back the darkness the aliens had brought. As humanity escaped that darkness of fire and blood at that moment, Hyuk had returned to the past when the sky above humanity was still blue. He awoke from his daze, slowly opening his eyes in his familiar room. Where am I? My old room. Did I succeed? Realizing he'd been given another chance to prevent the future disaster, he clenched his fist fiercely. Thank God. I returned at the optimal time. I still have about 7 months before the invasion happens. And, of course, Hyuk couldn't accomplish anything with a body this weak, so he planned to upgrade himself a bit until then. I have to retrain this weak body and stockpile resources for the crisis. Because he held the fate of all mankind in his hands, Hyuk couldn't let his guard down for even a second. After this, the fate of 8 billion people will rest on my shoulders. This time, Hyuk immediately threw on his jacket and ran outside. I have to awaken the moment the first outbreak occurs. Until then, I just have to train my body for the awakening. 7 months later at Bukansan, he had gotten in some decent exercise. Finally, the time has come. In 1 minute and 30 seconds, a wormhole will open right here. Hyuk got into a ready stance, preparing for the first encounter. My body is far from its peak condition, but at least I've met the minimum requirements. In 1 minute, a wormhole will appear at that rock, and with it, a wave of mana will pour out like a baptism. It will forcibly change the human body and imprint an awakening circuit to channel mana. Then he picked up a stick. The real problem is the vanguard of the alien race that appears at the same time as the dungeon in Korea. They're giant ants and four-legged cockroaches. Hyuk recalled the days of the past. In my prime, they were nothing but cannon fodder. But now, even 5 or 6 awakened hunters would struggle against a single one. The 5-second countdown began, and he steeled himself for what was about to happen. But with my experience, I should be able to handle them. It's about to open. 3, 2, 1. The countdown was over, and on Hyuk's face now was a look of pure tension. His body was braced. This is it. The moment Hyuk had prepared and waited so long for had finally arrived, and yet he waited and waited. But right before his eyes, nothing happened at all. He was at a complete loss. At this point, Hyuk could only think that something must have gone wrong. The event I was waiting for just hasn't happened yet. Right. There could be a margin of error, maybe 10 seconds or so. I just need to wait a little longer. And then night fell. Hyuk's luck was absolutely rotten. He kept waiting, but nothing appeared. To make matters worse, he was soaked to the bone in the rain. Damn it, it's been 10 hours. What the hell is going on? After realizing he'd been rooted to this spot since the dawn of time, he finally lost his patience and decided to head home. Right, I must have gotten the date wrong. I'll come back tomorrow. Tomorrow turned into a week. Hyuk's strange and haggard appearance finally caught the attention of some hikers. Oh my, what's a student doing here? Let's get going. He looks crazy. 1 month later, Hyuk had been sitting motionless for so long he'd practically turned into a statue. Tourists took the opportunity to check in with the fancy landmark. This is the legendary Bukansan statue man. Kids get a little closer. Who knew his perseverance would last for half a year? Hyuk's prehistoric appearance even made the news. A hermit meditating in Bukansan for... Parents were praying for their kids' exams. Some YouTuber was praying for a silver play button. And back home, his little sister Myung screamed, "Mom, isn't that him? What is that boy doing?" Who would have guessed life would throw Hyuk such a sharp curveball? The world remained unexpectedly peaceful. His family found him, the savior of humanity. After a painful period of waiting, 3 months later, I've become a day laborer. Is Hyuk not coming today? He's on his way. Lone Wolf, Mad Dog, Demon Hunter, Shadowblade, Kakashi, the Genius, the first to exterminate a dominant species war god, one of the 9 heroes, and many more. And so many titles were bestowed upon me, Hyuk, during my 15 years as a hunter. And, finally, the Savior, the heaviest, most sacred title born from the hopes of all humanity. I can't believe that I, of all people, am now called a temp worker. It's so humiliating. How can I ever face anyone again? No matter how long I waited during those 6 months, the outbreak never came. There were no alien races, no individuals awakening to supernatural powers. None of it existed in this world. I finally had to accept that this was a different Earth from the one I knew. Even though theories about the multiverse and parallel worlds are popular, I never thought it would happen to me. Yet even though things didn't turn out as he expected, High Oak felt a sense of relief. After all, the outbreak not happening is truly a blessing for the people of this world. High Oak looked up at the vast blue sky, forced to accept his new fate in this world. Even if it means all the sacrifices and efforts of the resistance were for nothing, this is how it should be. I should enjoy this peace while it lasts. As he was stretching under the sunlight, his phone suddenly buzzed. He opened it to see a notification from the bank. Mr. Lee regarding the installment loan payment of 2,500,138,456 Geon scheduled for withdrawal on July 30th. Your loan is overdue. Mr. Lee overdue loan notification. As of July 2024, 146,948 Geon is overdue. 365 Hope Loan Manager Kim An Hyuk. Deposit for today. Ms. Loan, please deposit 450,000 Geon before 6 p.m. today. After reading through those annoying debt collection notices, he finally dragged himself home. A little later at Hyuk's family home. Hey, sit here for a second. What is it now? And the raging lioness pointing her finger and scolding Hyuk was none other than Jian, his younger sister. What do you mean? What is it now? What have you been doing lately anyway? You're unemployed, so where do you keep wandering off to all day? Through her sharp observational eyes, she had started to get annoyed with Hyuk since last year. You've been buying gas masks and other weird stuff. Don't tell me you're involved in that Love KF Island pyramid scheme, are you? Instantly, the monster within Jian awoke, causing her to grab Hyuk by the shirt and yell right in his face. A year ago, you suddenly left home. Saying the world was about to end and stockpiling millions of Geon worth of stuff in the basement. Do you have any idea how worried Mom was? Who would have thought that after I escaped that cruel reality, I'd return to the past, only to live in this tear-filled hell on Earth? Damn it. I know for a fact the world doesn't end. I'm being saved. This was Hyuk in the resistance group's plan. First, borrow money from anywhere possible. Money, whether it's from a loan shark or whatever, borrow as much as you can to prepare for the outbreak. Hearing that he asked Erna, so what happens after that? He replied immediately, after that, who cares what happens? When the outbreak happens, the world's going to end anyway. Who in their right mind would come asking for their money back? Holy crap, that makes sense. It was a great idea, but the world didn't end. And it will probably continue on peacefully without ending. In other words, I can't just wash my hands of the money I borrowed. What are you so proud of? After Jian yelled at him for a while, she crossed her arms and made a proposal. I know you've been doing part-time jobs lately to pay off the debt for all that stuff. Instead of that, why don't you help me with my online stream? I'll pay you. Hearing that, he remembered and asked, you mean that thing where you wear weird stuff on your head? She didn't beat around the bush and said it straight. I need to win this game. I need your help, Hyuk. At this point, Hyuk started to have an existential crisis. Me. But I've never done anything like that before. However, it seemed Jian had immense faith in his abilities, so she kept trying to persuade him. You've always been good at sports and things like that. You'll adapt quickly. And you're the only one I can ask. Hearing that Hyuk had no way out and reluctantly had to accept. All right, but online streaming. How much can you even make from that? She didn't hide anything anymore and revealed her massive income. 15 million. Hearing this, it was as if Hyuk had just found the light of his life and he couldn't help but be stunned. What to prove? She wasn't bluffing. Jian held her phone up in front of his face. My income after just a few months of streaming has reached 15 million Geon per month. I'll pay you half. At this point, Hyuk's perception of Jian completely changed. My sister is shining. And so for the time being, Hyuk, the savior of humanity, decided to become his sister Jian's slave for a while. Are you ready? Yes, master, for their mutual benefit, Jian. And Hyuk happily shook hands and agreed to cooperate. Then let's begin. Not long after, the two of them entered the virtual game space. And here, their two characters were preparing to face various challenges. Annihilate them both a world where you must confront enemies through farming. A super difficult horror adventure combat game, nicknamed the Newbie Graveyard. And now the two of them were standing before the first stage, A haunted and mysterious mansion was waiting for them to conquer it. Player has appeared. The game begins. The live stream officially begins. Let's follow Hyuk and Jian as they enter that monstrous mansion. Let's go. They really make that abandoned house look creepy. You big scaredy cat. If I had to do a courage test there, I'd probably burst into tears. Hyuk, stay right next to me. Okay. In contrast to Hyuk's shouts, Jian was so scared she had goosebumps. She only dared to hide behind him. Is this place really that scary? That house looks perfect for a good night's sleep, doesn't it? Hyuk, can you slow down? Seeing how scared she was, he quickly instructed her. All right, stay close to me. Everyone on the live stream was nervously watching them walk in as if nothing was wrong. They look so cute being scared, but is it really okay for them to just walk in like that? After entering the mansion, Hyuk set foot on the stairs to head up. As they were slowly and stealthily making their way up, suddenly an unexpected notification appeared, almost making their hearts jump out of their chests. After receiving a letter from your missing wife, you and your current wife arrive at the abandoned house where she disappeared. Something just jumped out. Because they were just a couple of clueless newbies starting the game, a movement tutorial was provided to guide them. What's this? But who would have guessed Hyuk was a total jinx and accidentally declined the help, causing Jian to fly into a rage, pulling at her hair. Hey, are you insane? Ooh, this game is already hard enough. Why would you skip the tutorial? When Hyuk realized he had just committed a grave sin, he gave a sheepish chuckle and rubbed his head in embarrassment. Sorry it was in the way, so I accidentally clicked it without thinking. But faced with Hyuk's cluelessness, Jian couldn't really blame him. Whatever, it's my fault for trusting a total newbie. Other comments then started appearing, acting like you're not a rookie yourself. Such a cute double standard from Chu. Realizing she probably couldn't count on Hyuk at all, she immediately did a 180 and asked the online community, all right, everyone, give me some tips. I haven't seen any guides. Just die and learn as you go. First, farm for weapons. You have to search for clues around you. The key is stun grenades. Against the boss, there aren't many effective weapons, so just run for your life. The most important thing is the difficulty setting. The key is whatever you do, don't pick reality mode. After hearing their advice, she immediately put it into practice. Stun grenades. Run from the boss. While Jian was busy getting set up on her side on the other, Hyuk went all out and selected reality mode. Selection complete. They had just told him not to pick it, so now, seeing him walk right into his own doom like that, they were completely stunned. Reality mode. He had officially become Jian's Jinx Episode 2. She couldn't take it anymore and went full lioness pouncing on him. Hey, you lunatic! What did you do this time? Why does this keep happening to me? No, I just touched the doorknob to see if it would open. Then something strange appeared. Seeing such a difficult and troubled start, Jian collapsed to the ground. 3 parts helpless, 7 parts devastated. The betting pool for clearing this first run is over 1 million gun, and the audience found their cluelessness hilarious. These two are like they're in a comedy sketch. Failing on the very first try like a dog. Desperate Chu looks so cute. User_Lipser_Chu has requested a mission 1 million gun to complete reality mode within 3 attempts. Time remaining 47 minutes, 59 seconds. User GDN_Chu has requested a mission 500,000 gun to complete reality mode with unlimited attempts. Time remaining 47 minutes, 59 seconds. Seeing the prize money on the line, they were re-energized, immediately straightened up, and focused 100% on the mission. The Supreme Beings, Lipser_Chu and Guardian_Chu, have spoken. Yes, Master's despair is a luxury we cannot afford. Seeing them do such a sharp 180, the viewers all found it hilarious. A pair of siblings slaves to capitalism. Despair can be cured with money. Look at those serious faces. But life is not a dream. As the two were eagerly moving forward, a corpse suddenly appeared hanging right in front of them. It scared the living daylights out of both of them. Jian, of course, was scared stiff and could only let her brother check it out. Hyuk, you do it. At the same time, people were commenting, the best screaming house, this is getting good. Check behind the corpse. There should be a hand axe and a 6-shooter there. Just as they said, Hyuk immediately found the goods and tossed them to Jian. However, she looked rather clumsy with them. Here. Hyuk, I'm not good with guns. Hearing that, he looked skeptical and asked back, Really? So you're more confident with the hand axe? You'll have to charge straight at it, you know. But just a second later, she changed her mind. No. My dream is to become an ace gunslinger. Surprise. Jin didn't even have time to prepare herself before a monster with ferocious, glowing red eyes charged towards her. Here it comes, the newbie Ripper, Nick HG. At this terrifying sight, Jian was horrified, her face pale as a ghost. Seeing this, Hyouk rushed forward. With an axe in one hand, he bravely attacked it head-on. Witnessing this incredible scene, the viewers were left speechless. What the hell? He blocked HG's attack with just one hand as someone with a ton of real combat experience. It wasn't hard for him to take off one of its arms. Having suddenly lost a beloved part of its body, HG shrieked in pain. But it wasn't over yet. That last attack was just a warm-up. Now is when I'm gonna send it to meet its maker. Look, that's insane. Did he just take it down in a single blow? Look over there. Turn back quick. More HGs are spawning. And, just like that, Hyouk brilliantly made the first one bite the dust. But in the next second, he still had to face a few more. The situation was as tense as can be when Hyouk was surrounded by a swarm of HGs, but with his godlike speed, he didn't hesitate to flash forward. On the other side, the HGs were no pushovers either and immediately charged aggressively towards him. After gathering some momentum, Hyouk also leaped forward, ready to teach them some manners. In the next moment, Hyouk was like a bolt of lightning, dashing past them at the speed of light, and casually landed a few clean slashes without a single wasted movement. That was insane. I saw that, right, didn't I? You can't be serious. Explain this. I have no idea what just happened. Big Bro is safe. After swiftly dispatching the HGs, he stood still with an air of arrogance. Suddenly, he turned to Jian and asked with a grim face, "You must have been terrified, right?" Perhaps she was still reeling from the shock and hadn't calmed down yet because she accidentally raised her gun and fired a shot at Hyouk, who couldn't react in time. It seems this time the one who sabotaged the team was Jian. Just like that, she sent him logging right out of the game. "I'm sorry, it's my fault. Mission failed. Player Hyouk has died. Restart. Reload game. Exit game." After Hyouk's epic takedown of the HGs, everyone was still buzzing with excitement. User Military Schoolgirl has donated 1,000 gun. What the hell did I just witness? This is a legendary comedy right here. The other players at this moment also couldn't believe their eyes. Hyouk's incredible performance. Is it even possible to take down an HG that easily? I'm Basic, the horror game streamer. Even in reality mode, 2 HGs is my limit. Sitting in front of his screen, he couldn't help but express his utter astonishment at Hyouk's innate combat ability. But he took down 4 of them with just a hand axe. Wait a minute, what's this guy's name again? As for Hyouk and Jian, after she made a rather silly mistake, they both reloaded the game and logged back in. Seeing his face wound up tight as a drum again, Jian quickly tried to appease him. "I'm really sorry, it was just a mistake." The viewers also couldn't help but laugh at this chaotic duo. A total disaster. I'm laughing my ass off. Look at his face, he's furious. However, he didn't blame her at all. On the contrary, he even took the blame himself. "It's okay, Jian, that was my fault." Who would have thought that in the next second Hyouk would do a complete 180? Pointing at her forehead and making a face like he wanted to eat her alive. "I never should have given a gun to an idiot like you. I told you I was sorry, I'll do better next time." "There won't be a next time for you. Just follow me. We're going to move fast this time." Hearing that, Jian pouted and reluctantly followed him. "Let's see what you can do without me." But while she was still trying to figure out what the hell was going on, Hyouk, with an axe in one hand, sent the HGS packing in the blink of an eye. Seeing Hyouk carrying the team so hard, the viewers couldn't help but comment on Jian. Things would go even faster if she just stood still. She's such dead weight. As a warrior from another world, for him wiping out these small fry is a piece of cake. See, I can handle the fighting by myself. To make things more organized and run as smoothly as possible, he then suggested, "All right, for the next part, let's divide the roles." Jian looked back at him with a bewildered expression. Roles. Although he said they'd divide roles, Hyouk took all the hardest parts for himself. "I'll handle guns, ammo, close combat, item gathering, and scouting. And as for you, because this game requires a pretty high skill level, and I can see you have skill issues, I'm just giving you a supporting role." Be quiet. Just cheer for me, okay? Faced with this completely unfair division of labor, Jian immediately raised her voice to demand fairness for herself. Damn it, but this is my game, how? Can I just be the cheerleader? At this point, everyone completely agreed with him. The support role is confirmed. Look at him ignoring her. Forced to go along for the ride, Hyuk didn't hesitate any longer and opened the door to the next room. Hyuk, wait for me. All right, get ready, it's showtime. Inside that dark and eerie space, a huge, ferocious six-packed monster had been waiting for them. The Brute, the final boss of Destroy the Duo. As expected, Jian was no different from a weak female lead, who only knows how to rely on the male protagonist. Seeing it charging, she immediately pushed him forward. It's coming. That push from Jian caught Hyuk by surprise, causing him to miss a beat in his attack, while the Brute was rushing towards him at lightning speed. You idiot! I'm sorry. Not another team kill, is it? I could barely breathe. But in the very next second, he quickly regained his focus and ducked to dodge the attack from above. Now it was time for Hyuk to take the stage and show off the power of a true master. Despite being physically outmatched, he still managed to land a devastating kick on the falling Brute. It seems that Big Oaf was no match for Hyuk. After slamming its face into the ground, Hyuk immediately climbed onto its back with his axe wanting a quick victory. He raised his axe high, preparing to bring it down on the Brute. Compared to the era he survived, a monster like this was nothing at all. Then in an instant, Hyuk's axe crashed down on its rock-hard body. Once again, he left everyone in awe of his terrifying power. And just like that, the Brute was beaten to a pulp by Hyuk. Why is he treating the Brute like a piece of chewing gum? But the Brute's hide is too thick. You can't pierce its muscles with just a hand axe. That's why newbies usually have no choice but to run. Even though things didn't look good, Hyuk still wasn't giving up. He was determined to see it through. If it doesn't work, then make it work. It turns out Hyuk realized he couldn't damage it with his arm strength, so he stomped hard on the axe. So he switched to using his leg strength, kicking the axe like a soccer ball and driving it through the Brute's neck. In the next moment, the Brute was truly defeated by Hyuk's earth-shattering power. A rookie took down a Brute user Clip S. Chu, has donated 1,000 gun. Did he really kill it? I saw that, right, didn't I? Even Jean was frozen solid speechless at Hyuk's flawless performance. I don't know either. It's the first time I've ever seen someone kill a Brute with a hand axe. A Brute isn't something you can just kill. Normally only veterans can take one down, and only after throwing all their firepower at it and fighting tooth and nail in a desperate battle. Desperate why it was easy. Hearing Hyuk say something so unbelievably blunt, the viewers started to get suspicious. You're not a newbie, are you? If you're so confident, why don't you open your status window for us to see? Hearing that, Jean immediately denied it. No, he is a newbie. But the two of them had no choice but to agree to their request. Okay, fine. Open your status window. Here, take a look. But the result that appeared before them left everyone completely stunned. He really hasn't even been playing for a day. Hey, forget that, look at this. What his stat is 134. When players start out, even the pros are only around 125. 140 is considered the human limit. What's the world record again? 147. Hearing this, Hyuk himself froze for 5 seconds. But it didn't stop there. The next stats were what truly blew their minds. Oh my god, everyone look at the detailed stats. Holy crap, top 0.01% and are you a robot? Only at this very moment did he see that all the effort he had put in before was not a waste. So all that training in preparation for the apocalypse in the end has paid off. Standing next to him, Jean couldn't help but shed tears seeing how hard Hyuk must have pushed himself. How much did they drain him in that multi-layered system? How can a human body even reach this level? Were you even eating properly in there? Seeing her suddenly burst into tears and bury her face in his chest, Hyuk was startled. What's wrong? She sobbed and said, I swear, from now on, I'll treat you better. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Black Oak has donated 10,000 gun. The first person to open the hidden route in Annihilate Both has appeared. When Jean recognized the donor's name, she was in disbelief. Black Oak, are you really Black Oak? This concept seemed new to Hyuk. A hidden route. Normally, the Brute is designed to capture players and advance the plot. but Black Uck was the first person to kill one and unlock the hidden route. Although it took me 7 tries with every available weapon, it was just too cruel to watch. After that, I came to a conclusion: 7 tries. Well, not everyone is good at games. I mean, if someone's bad at games, something like that could happen. Right? Black Oak is officially the worst at this game. Only the Axe Kid would say something like that. Hearing this, Black Oak was also frozen stiff. Bad at games. Anyway, for someone who's never played this game, or even tried Full Dive VR before to beat a brute with just an axe, I was just planning to watch for a bit and then log out. But maybe I should turn this into content. Black Ink has donated 10,000 gun. If you don't mind, could I give you a mission, just trying to have a little fun? At his offer, Jian was puzzled. A mission? What kind of mission? Seeing their hesitation, Black Ink went all out, requesting a mission worth 1 million gun. Faced with the generosity of this overbearing tycoon, the two of them didn't hesitate to agree. The mission: complete the game using only a hand axe with no other weapons. Time remaining 47 minutes, 50 seconds. In that case, I'll legally stream this. Jian read the message and jumped for joy at the sight of money raining from the sky. 1 million gold. But we have to clear it with just a hand axe. Forget about retreating. What about the boss right in front of us? Don't you think this is a bit unreasonable? This dungeon doesn't just have humanoid monsters, but all sorts of other creatures too. And we have to beat them all with just that tiny hand axe. That's basically the same as saying, just give up on clearing the game. After hearing the online community's feedback, Black Ink reconsidered. Maybe a hand axe is a bit too much. How about a crowbar or a chainsaw? Mission successful. Black Ink has donated 1 million gun. It's for real. Hitting the wrong button has always been a timeless problem for Hyok. He messed up and hit the wrong button again. What are you doing? I was trying to hit accept hand axe mission, but I accidentally hit the mission success button instead. Well, we've already come this far, might as well see it through. The next second, Hyok grabbed Jian and dashed forward at the speed of light. Now that things have come to this, I'll complete this mission no matter what. Stop this sudden madness. A grande, the 2nd SS rank mid-boss. It tears players apart with horrifying speed, and now they must face a completely new ordeal, a giant. Muscles bulging with the chainsaw for an arm. Seeing this monster appear, Black Ink also became extremely wary. Its chainsaw arm only needs to graze you, and it's enough to bring a player to the brink of death. It deals an incredible amount of damage, and its attack patterns are extremely complex. Normally, suppressive fire from another player would stun it and draw its aggro. Meanwhile, and the rest of the party would target its weak points. This cycle of attacking and redirecting aggro is the official strategy for dealing with a grande. That's why you need a party of at least 2 people. Black Ink donated 10,000 gun. But what is with this insane playstyle? Completely ignoring him, Hyok charged forward to solo a grande. He's always been hot-headed. As soon as he sees an enemy, he charges in like a beast. And for Hyok, this monster was no exception. He couldn't care less about strategy and just rushed in to give a grande a beating. What's a standard strategy anyway? Back in my day, if we didn't have weapons, we'd fight with our teeth. If there was no way, we had to find a way, no matter what. And among all those hunters, I was the best monster slayer there was. A so-called official strategy based on a mere 5 years of full dive VR history compared to my own great monster hunting strategies. Forged through 25 years of mankind's wars, Hyok's vast combat experience made him confident he could take it down without any fancy tricks. It's nothing more than a children's playbook. The enemy's attack was fast, but with my own lightning-fast movements, a grande was slashed by Hyok's axe before it knew what happened. His axe cut across its thigh, sending blood flying through the air. All you have to do is destroy their mobility. Isn't Hyok amazing? He was incredibly smart to throw it off balance, and then use that opportunity to send a grande to its grave. Once you rob an enemy of its balance and speed, the finishing blow to the monster's weak point, its neck. After that, Hyok's next target was none other than its vital spot. Just one slash there would be enough to make a grande collapse before him. After identifying his target, Hyok rushed forward, determined to act fast and not waste a single moment. However, as Hyok's axe flew forward, it was blocked by a grande's hand. Even he was completely surprised by this move, but he tried his best to remain calm. What the axe was blocked. Even the viewers were surprised that Hioke's attack didn't go smoothly. The monster immediately took advantage of the moment he faltered in his attack and swung its chainsaw at him to counter. Seeing Hyuk endanger Jian, who was standing behind him, couldn't help but shout in worry, "Hyuk!" But grande was no match for Hyuk. No matter how fast its attack was, he dodged it as easily as pie. Insane. He dodged the mid-boss's attack. The next second, he made a spectacular landing that looked like it could shatter the whole area. He collided with the blade, but it didn't penetrate. Attacking the mid-boss's defenses is useless because grande has a very special defense mechanism that causes a lot of trouble for its opponents. Its defense skyrockets whenever it senses danger. At this point in the fight, it seemed the tension had reached its peak. Hyuk gritted his teeth, feeling the pressure. If the enemy tried to defend a stronger attack, could break through their guard. In a split second, he focused his attack and shot forward at the speed of light, leaving trails of electricity on the ground. Through this alone, his determination was clear. The determination he had for this fight. The chainsaw in grande's hand then slammed into the ground with such force that the blade was completely deformed. It was a one-hit kill strike, but with grande's focus broken. Hyuk tightened his grip on his axe, slid past him, and took his head in just a few short seconds, even though he had successfully overcome the ordeal. This tough ordeal. However, Hyuk's momentum was so great that he went straight into the wall. He must have had his ancestors looking out for him, because after smashing his face into the wall with such force, and yet his face was still handsome, not distorted in the slightest. That was a pretty tough move. After witnessing his incredible display of skill, Jian was overjoyed and ran to hug Hyuk. "Brother, we did it. We won." What the hell? He took him down in one move and still has the nerve to say it was pretty tough. Hyuk Chu has donated 10,000 gold. How did you do that? In response to the sponsor's question, he answered with a bit of humility. "Oh, that guy, just now." It's simpler than you think. Hyuk didn't hide his secrets and immediately revealed his method by analyzing the direction of his pivot foot and his muscle movements. Then by targeting his stable pivot foot as he attacked, I neutralized his speed. And before he strikes, if you can read the muscle movements of his leading shoulder combined with the tension in his arm muscles, you can predict the timing and direction of the attack. Seeing that just talking was a bit dry, he demonstrated a few moves to make it more vivid. After that, you just need to dodge like I did earlier, and then land a powerful blow on grande. After listening for a while, hanging on every word, they still weren't sure if they could do what he did. That's insane. Look at those moves. Teacher Hyuk, only a total pro, could pull that off. If you can do that, you could probably dodge bullets too. Didn't see that coming, did you? I thought he was just joking around. And yet Hyuk left everyone wide-eyed again. That's even simpler. Bullets fly in a straight line, so you can just watch the direction of the gun barrel or block it with an axe if you have to. Yeah, right. As if. Even if you explain it, you're the only one who can actually do it. Meanwhile, Jian had gone to scout the area and called out, "Brother, there's a way down over here." Hyuk quickly turned around. "Really? Wait a sec. Is it finally time to use the shockwave?" "Oh yeah, if we defeat the egg monster, we get a submachine gun and a hand axe, right?" The two of them looked incredibly eager for this new mission. Anyway, there's no time to waste, so I'll explain while we're on the move. "Brother, wait! There's another axe here." As Hyuk was reunited with his familiar weapon, he felt a wave of nostalgia and told her, "These twin axes. I used to take down countless monsters with these back in the day." But Jian just pointed forward, her face pale. "Brother, behind you." The quiet space was suddenly shattered by the abrupt and overwhelming appearance of zombies. Enhanced zombies. They're here. A horde of enhanced zombies is approaching. But to be more precise, the enhanced zombies were the ones being surrounded by Hyuk. With his indomitable strength, he immediately swung his axes forward. Standing out amidst the horde were his swift and fluid movements without a single wasted motion. In just a moment, Hyuk had already taken the head of one of them. Quick and clean. And of course, not wanting to disappoint Hyuk, immediately sent a few more to meet their maker. That enhanced zombie is insane. Are they made of tofu or what? Every slash just cuts right through them. Teacher Hyuk, Come to think of it, this small fry is no real match for Hayek at all. They're just things for him to demonstrate on. It's not as hard as you think. I already showed you how right. Just dodge like this and focus all your attacking power on the weak points of the humanoid form. Sure enough, Hayek was popping their heads off like pulling weeds. Every single one of his movements looked so decisive. And yet so effortless. Right for the neck like this. See? Flawless victory. You're a master, Professor Hayek. But seriously, what kind of difficulty setting is this? Normally, there are only about 10 of them. So why did a whole horde of them show up this time? This time, even the great teacher Hayek might struggle. The viewers who had been watching for what felt like an eternity were also wondering. But with his power as abundant as water, Hayek couldn't be bothered with their numbers and just focused on wiping them out. Well, I guess I should put a little more effort into this. And he was a man of his word. He was no longer a relaxed guy, instantly turning into a killing machine, relentlessly swinging forward, approaching one zombie at a time. At this rate, he'd be an old man before he cleared this mob. So Hayek quickly changed his strategy, turning himself into a whirlwind, unleashing a matrix of slashes at them. Isn't that a hurricane? Spin whirlwind. And as expected, his method brought them a perfectly successful result. The front line has been wiped out. Kneel before Master Hayek. Aren't you getting dizzy from that whirlwind? I mean, stop fooling around in an action game and go play Goddess of War Hala. While his head was still spinning in a daze, he asked back, "Is that a different game?" Meanwhile, Jian held up something mysterious and said, "Hey, look at this. I just found a clue about the serum for this monster disaster." A clue. To Hayek's disbelief, she pointed at a crumpled, blood-stained notebook. It's covered in stains, so it's a bit hard to see, but in this notebook, it says that the cause of all the mutations from the next HGS to the zombies is a mutant strain. Do you remember the trailer near the house? Imo. For we came here. They say the serum to cure this strain is in there. We just need to collect it and spread it through the mansion's sprinkler system. Once exposed to the serum, the monsters will all be weakened. The viewers also chimed in with more instructions. That's right. Without the serum, the difficulty of the next boss will skyrocket. Without it, things will get really tough. Hearing that Hayek didn't hesitate. Really? It doesn't look too hard. Maybe we should just give it a shot. Look at that confidence. But if it's him, it might actually be true. However, even though he hadn't lifted a finger yet, Jian was already overthinking things. Wait, what if we fail? Besides, it's a pain to go all the way there. But in the next second, just a few lines of text made them change their minds. Black Oak has requested a mission worth 100,000 gun. Interesting. Defeat the next boss without using the serum. Time remaining 47 minutes, 59 seconds. That challenge, reeking of money, boosted the spirits of the two. They were on cloud 9. If that is Black Oak's wish. Truly a man of culture. There they go again, slaves to capitalism. As soon as money's involved, they get serious. And the next stage officially opened to welcome them. The floor is cracking. It seems we have to go down there. They wasted no more time and quickly stepped in. Let's go. Hop on my back. Very quickly, they fell into a completely different room, landing in a place full of mud. It seems this won't be a pleasant place to fight. We've arrived at the sewer maze. Although the foul smell here made Jian extremely uncomfortable, it conversely reminded Hayek of the old days. What is this smell? This reminds me of the old days. Back then, I practically lived in the sewers to hide from the alien monsters. The two of them were complete opposites. One was faint-hearted, while the other was hyperactive. Look, a sewer rat. They're delicious in soup. The broth is absolutely superb. But those tiny little rats were just the welcoming committee. And now the real host of the party slowly revealed itself. A giant rat. But faced with the appearance of a whole pack, the first thing Ogi thought of wasn't killing them, but what he would cook for dinner tonight. Giant rat meat. With his bottomless stomach that could swallow the world, High Oak immediately carved up the rats for their meat. Got the tastiest rat leg, bon appetit. At his incredibly eccentric action, Jian couldn't help but stare at him, wide-eyed and open-mouthed. Hey, you psycho, why are you eating that? There's a saying, even heaven doesn't strike a man during his meal. But before Hayek could even take a bite of the rat leg, something knocked the meat right out of his hand. What a plot twist. The most shocking twist in history. The pack of rats wasn't the end of the battle. Now uninvited guests have appeared CAS. An endgame boss monster with tentacle arms and powerful regenerative abilities. What the heck? We're not even in the boss room and it's already here. Did someone screw up the difficulty settings? Is this some kind of trashy buggy game? Even Jean was in total shock. Frozen for 5 seconds. What the? Why are there 2 of them? Run, but wait. Hi. Ugh, what are you doing in the middle of this mess? Just as his 80-second disaster was about to strike, he was busy wailing his eyes out over a piece of rat meat. My meat, I was so looking forward to the feeling of eating trash food. Just once in my life, you bastards. How dare you steal my rat meat? This is unforgivable. Are you seriously freaking out just because you didn't get to eat a piece of rat meat? Were you a member of the Silmados Special Forces or something? Knowing teacher, hi, okay. He probably was. Deanne was extremely frustrated with the game system's incomprehensible attack. This is ridiculous. It's been one weird thing after another since the start. And now another absurd thing has happened to us. At that moment, Black Ock, watching from his screen, also figured out the problem. What on earth is happening in reality mode? The initial difficulty is based on the player's stats. High Oak's stats have far surpassed the ranking limit of Itsu. Black Doc has donated 1,000 goo. It seems that's why these things keep happening. While he was busy fumbling with the rat meat, the Chaos Beast landed a painful blow on him. Even though they knew High Ock was very strong, the other players still felt indignant for him. Isn't throwing 2 Chaos Beasts at him at once going a bit too far? He didn't want everyone to worry about him, so he quickly reassured them, I'm fine. After a tough time twisting and turning to dodge attacks, High Oak finally regained his form, and he ran forward at full speed to counterattack. Now this is where the fight gets interesting. High Oak's mindset was insane, but it was still too early to let his guard down. Despite his efforts to destroy the beast's arms, its tentacles just kept growing back. The Chaos Beast has terrifying regeneration abilities, so that much damage healed instantly. After patching themselves up, they both rushed forward to gang up on him. And as soon as it was attacked, it reacted like this. It started attacking with poison gas. A gruesome-looking green mist was blown towards High Oak. Jean immediately covered her nose and announced, We've been poisoned. We only have 10 minutes left. Facing a monster with insane regeneration while also being poisoned, it's a truly horrifying scene. This is why fighting the Chaos Beast is hell-level difficulty. Even if they possess superpowers, High Oak was confident he could take care of them. If it keeps regenerating, we just have to smash it to pieces. He was determined not to give up midway and would go all out against the beast until they couldn't regenerate anymore. In the blink of an eye, High Oak sent another head flying, and its leg went to meet its ancestors. Although his hands were now covered in blood, the head of the green beast he had just sliced off continued to grow back. Not only that, but its arm also began to recover. Blood vessels stretched out gradually, causing them to regenerate once more. The Chaos Beasts were truly as tenacious as leeches. No matter what he did, they revived as if nothing had happened. I chopped off its neck, but it still came back. It has infinite regeneration, unless you destroy its heart. While High Oak was feeling 3 parts helpless and 7 parts done with this, he was given a clue. At that moment, High Oak seemed to realize what he needed to do. The heart. The heart is its core. Without hesitation, as the beast lunged forward, he immediately leaped into the air and slashed at its heart. But he didn't stop there. High Oak also gave the Chaos Beast a powerful punch, clean as distilled water, right to the face. The beast also seemed to realize that he had figured out its weakness, so it raised a hand to block his fatal slashes. But even so, it was still pinned down by High Oak, who tore a huge gash right across its chest. It seemed its final day had truly come. He couldn't let this golden opportunity slip away, so he jumped onto the beast. If the heart is its weak point, then I'll rip it out with my own hands and crush it. Indeed, when facing a monster like this, High Oak showed no mercy, plunging his hand in to pull out its heart. But brothers stick together through thick and thin. At that moment, the other Chaos Beast immediately rushed forward to save its buddy. The spikes of the remaining Chaos Beast were now covered in blood, and more blood. Could it be that High Oak had been defeated right here and now? Jian and the others were also terrified and screamed, High Oak, what is that? What am I seeing? Oi, side, but it wasn't going to be that easy. He had dodged just in time, letting the other chaos beast plunge its own arm into the wound of the first one. He baited its attack to destroy the other one's heart. That's insane. Was this his plan from the very beginning? As the beast opened its maw and shrieked, realizing it had just doomed its own teammate, it was already too late. With his wrinkled 3000 IQ brain, Hyuk had killed 2 birds with 1 stone, using this chance to send the other chaos beast to meet its maker. And, of course, he didn't forget its weak point, delivering a slice as clean as cutting fruit right into its chest. Its entire body was now torn apart by his hand, and blood sprayed into the air. Isn't Hyuk amazing? He took care of 2 chaos beasts all by himself. Now he stands proudly on top of their bodies. This is insane. Is something like this even possible? Mom, when I grow up, I want to be a dual axe warrior. This is crazy. Let's hear it for Hyuk Mission Chaos Beasts. Complete. Jan looked as happy as if she'd won the lottery, her eyes shining like car headlights after witnessing such a legendary battle. Doesn't anyone feel like they should show some appreciation? There it is, donation announcement donation mode. On user has donated 10,000 gil. Teacher, that was insane. How did you do that? User Mock Legion donated $100. Are you serious? Faced with everyone's generosity, Diane gushed with thanks. I'll use this donation money to buy meat to eat with my brother. Is all of this really money? I wonder how much we made today. After completing the mission on this stage, she turned to Hyuk and asked, "Hey, what do you want to do now? Want to keep playing?" A person's stamina really does have its limits. He refused to continue, saying, "We've already been playing for 8 hours straight today. Let's stop here for today." The viewers, however, didn't seem to accept this. It's only been 8 hours. You should play for at least 18. Are you abandoning us? That's so cruel. Despite everyone's pleas, Hyuk was adamant about stopping for now. I'm starting to lose my focus, and maybe because this is my first time playing virtual reality, I'm feeling a little dizzy. Well, I guess it can't be helped. Just make sure to play longer next time. The viewers didn't insist anymore, and Hyuk and Deanne waved goodbye to everyone. All right, I get it. I'll be back to finish this next time. All right. Well then, goodbye. Let's head in. Wait, why did they just leave when we told them to stay? Like, seriously, did we just witness history being made? That's right. Did we just witness the beginning of a legend? We should just admit it, right? They're truly insane. At that moment, even Black Ock had to tip his hat in admiration of his talent. That's right. Who is this guy really? He couldn't help but ponder for a moment. If his skills in Super S are already this insane, then what would they be like in other games? If that guy played another game, it would definitely be a blockbuster. No. It would be an absolute blockbuster. Black Oki immediately shot to his feet and clenched his fists. His hands were clenched tightly, showing his determination. I can't hesitate any longer. They're trying to pull him over to their side. That very evening, after an intense 8-hour session, Diane still had goosebumps from Hyuk's performance. That was amazing. How did you do that? She picked up a frying pan and swung it back and forth, reenacting the scene from before. It made his face turn pale as a sheet. You looked like someone who's been holding an axe their entire life. Just like this. And this. Seeing the pan about to smack him in the face, Hyuk hurriedly warned her, "Hey, stop it. You're gonna hit me. No wonder you don't have a boyfriend." But who would have known that his words would awaken the lioness inside Diane? What, I'm super popular, you know. I'm actually pretty hot, all right? Sure, says the person who's going to be single for life. Imaginary relationships don't count, by the way. After a while of talking about everything under the sun, Diane's tone became serious. Okay, but seriously, how could you do something like that? You looked like a madman on steroids. But in response to her question, he just answered nonchalantly. I just did it, and it worked. But she didn't think so. A lucky person with innate talent. Suddenly, Diane remembered something. Since he was young, he was always extremely athletic. If it hadn't been for that fortune teller's prediction, who would have known that in this world? Hyuk was also predicted to become a savior for mankind. This boy possesses the face of one destined to save the world. And sure enough, when his parents heard about it, they didn't have a single doubt. This child And so despite desperate pleas from his gym teacher, Hyose's parents started treating him as if he were some special, great man. Ma'am Hyok's brain is just for decoration. He was born to be quiet. How dare you obstruct his future as the Secretary General of the United Nations? If only they had listened to that teacher. He could have won 1 or 2 Olympic medals by now. Our parents regret it every day. Why? Putting aside all regrets of the past, Diane immediately asked about Hyok's current plans. Anyway, you've started now. Why don't you try streaming for real? He was a bit surprised by that and pointed to himself. As if to say, me broadcasting, John could also see the enthusiastic support the viewers had for Hyok, so she immediately suggested, you saw the viewers' reaction today, didn't you? If you just keep playing like this, without saying a word, you'll still become incredibly famous. At Jian's encouragement, he thought it over carefully. Come to think of it, it really has been a long time. Before I came back to the past, I fought for my life for over 15 years. If I didn't kill the extraterrestrial creatures in front of me, I would have been the one to die. And after all of that, now all I know is working and hauling things at construction sites. My life is so boring I could die from the monotony. It's been a while. Hyok could finally feel a spark of joy creeping into his life. That battle in the virtual reality game. It was the most exciting thing I've felt in a long time. But it's not like I miss those days. The next second, Hyok clenched his fist as if he had come to a decision. Anyway, it was really fun. Seeing this, Jian's eyes lit up. Does that mean you'll do it right? However, Hyok was still hesitant. I still have debts to pay. Let me think about it a bit more. Hearing that lame excuse, Jian got annoyed and immediately pointed out the issue to him. Oh my god, you're so dense. That's exactly why you should stream more with the mission reward that Black Ox set for the previous round. You earned over 3 million gun today. Surprised old man. After hearing he'd earned an amount with 6 zeros, Hyose was completely floored. 3 million in just one day. I can pay off all my debts. Seeing how the money flowed in and that getting rich wasn't so hard, Hyai did a complete 180 and agreed to do her bidding. All right then, let's do it. But do you have enough money to buy a capsule? I'm counting on my amazing little sister's credit card. Hearing that, Jian got extremely excited and made a declaration worthy of a rich sponsor. Great, you know what? I'll buy you a new capsule. At that moment, the two of them were as happy as if they'd won the lottery, excitedly looking forward to their future. You're amazing, Jian, perfect, brilliant, keep going. Meanwhile, someone sent a message to Jian's phone. A message. But when she saw who sent it, she completely froze. Look at this. What the virtual reality capsules are sold out. She then pointed at her phone. No, it's not that Black Credit sent you a direct message. You're the one who first discovered the hidden route in X Super Duo, right? That's right. That super famous gamer, he wants to collab with you. Isn't that insane? Seeing that such an influential person wanted to work with him, Hyok was completely stunned. A collab. But contrary to what you'd expect, Hyok refused. Are you crazy? No way. Seeing him about to throw away a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Jian was furious. What? Why not? Do you have any idea how famous he is? Just one collab with him is enough for your viewer count to explode. Who would have thought Hyok was such a terminal overthinker? It seems that last fight gave him delusions of grandeur. Shut up. You're telling me to collab with some guy just because he has a capsule. I respect his gender identity, but I like women. Are you so starstruck that you want to rob me of my innocence? Faced with Hyose's cringeworthy reaction, Jin looked about, ready to eat him alive. Should I just kill him? The next day, everything went as planned. The capsule installation is complete. Yes, thank you. Goodbye. And just as you'd expect, it looked like Hyok had indeed gotten beaten up. All because of my delusion. That kid, she should have explained it more clearly. I thought collaborating meant. Although this whole situation sounds completely surreal, Hyok had now gone from an angel who saved the world to a VR game streamer. In any case, I've decided to play now. So let's get started for real. He immediately climbed into a high-end gaming chair bought with Jian's card on a 2-month installment plan because she insisted it was essential for the upcoming streams. In the end, I added some convenient features that pushed the price up to 20 million gold. We fought since we were kids, but she really has a warm heart. John, don't you worry. I'm going to make a ton of money from this, pay off all our debts, and buy you lots of presents. He's a man of his word. I hope this doesn't take much longer. Let's just boot this thing up and start looking for a game. This time I should try playing in game mode instead of reality mode. If I pick a game where my stats can be superhuman, I can finally satisfy that craving Sito couldn't. After carefully weighing his options, Hayek finally made his choice. This one looks decent. Anything that looks halfway decent is $200 or more. Since I'm broke, I guess I'll just pick the cheapest one for now. What's this? As he looked closer at the game's slick interface, he got incredibly excited as memories came flooding back. The fighting game I played when I was a kid? No way. Ultimate Fighter FD, the full version, the real deal. Since it was a game from his childhood, Hayek didn't hesitate to pick the nostalgic superhuman fighting game Uedify. And it's only $20. I have to buy this right now. And just like that, he was transported to another space and logged into the game. Purchase of Ultimate Fighter FD complete. Connecting to the game lobby, please select a nickname. After a moment of thought, Hayek decided to reuse his old handle. If my old UTI Fighter nickname is still available, I'll use it. Is that so? Nickname set to is that so? After picking his nickname, Hayek casually showed off his innate strength. Let's check my status. Violent Fist. Right off the bat, Hayek threw an earth-shattering punch into the ground, causing it to crack into pieces. He didn't stop there. Moving at the speed of light, he zipped back and forth, throwing punches into the empty air so fast it looked like an afterimage. Chain Strike. After a light warm-up, he capped it off with a powerful finishing move. Wolf Fang Hyuk ducked low and then launched himself forward, moving so fast he was just a streak of light cutting through the air after running through a few basic moves like a true master. With that done, Hyuk took a moment to assess his abilities in this world. So this is my max potential in game mode, huh? It's not enough to be called superhuman like before, but I can definitely say it's surpassed the limits. And of a normal human, this must be the limit that an ordinary person's body can handle. Right? If I go any faster, normal perception won't be able to keep up. Having mentally prepared himself, Hyuk was ready to begin his journey. All right, the warm-up's over. Now it's time for a real fight. He searched for a ranked match, but the notification that followed made him remember. Currently, is that so, does not meet the level requirement for ranked play. That's right. I forgot about that rule. Looks like I have no other choice. Guess I'll look for an open room then. Searching for an open room in Ultimate Fighter FD. While I'm waiting, should I pick a character to play? Meanwhile, a female player was clearing the map with her graceful dance-like swordplay. Go for it, Sword Princess. She might be small, but she packs a punch. Even though she's a girl, she can take down men twice her size in the blink of an eye. Another win. Today, the swordswoman Ha Jiang is victorious. Ha Jiang, a female streamer with a steady base of about 2,000 average viewers who's been broadcasting for a year, received mission reward 50,000 gun. All of today's missions are extremely generous. Who is this woman? How is she so good at UETI Fighter? User Short B Zinker Fanboy has donated 1,000 gun. Are you new to UETI Fighter? How can you not know the Sword Princess Ha Jiang's legendary identity was starting to be revealed? Ultimate Fighter used to be a famous game, you know. It even had its own championship. Back in the day, in a fighting game world dominated by men, the swordswoman was one of the top-ranked players in UTY Fire under the handle Sword Princess. Fanboy, that's enough. It's been a long time since I played UTI Fire professionally, so of course I wouldn't know. Besides, when people talk about fighting games now, they think of Izon Fighter, not UETFI. Everyone in the chat strongly agreed with her. True, and that's why all the UETFI players switched to other games. Even though the game doesn't have many players anymore, Ha Jiang has remained loyal to it. Anyway, I've logged into UETFI now, so let's find the next match. Find a room with players at my level. After receiving her command, the AI began its work. Searching for a suitable ranked match for you. Match found. Estimated time 9 minutes. After hearing how long she had to wait, Ha Jiang was completely stunned. 9 minutes. That's way too long. What about the next match then? An estimated time of 12 minutes. Seeing that she'd have to wait an eternity for any match, Ha Jiang felt helpless. This is going to interrupt the stream. User Spider_Girl has donated 1,000 gun. So why not do a public match quest for a bit of nostalgia? After hearing that suggestion, she thought it wasn't a bad idea. That's reasonable. The wait time is too long anyway. User Spider_Girl has sent a quest, 100,000 gun for winning 5 public matches in a row. Time limit 11:59. However, faced with this daunting quest, she was quite wary. I'm sorry, win 5 matches in a row. That's way too hard. Please go a little easy on me. That's right. Ever since UETIFI stopped being popular, only veteran gamers are left. Public rooms now are basically battlegrounds filled with seasoned players. No kidding. It's where high-level players love to crush beginners. That's exactly why public matches have become a playground for veteran hunters. Even the Sword Princess got destroyed by a pro last time. But that was best ergo. Just keep talking nonsense, why don't you? Hearing everyone tease her like that, Ha Jiang couldn't stand it and immediately retorted, "That's because I wasn't using my main character, okay?" But best ergo was using his main. All right then, this time, it's time to use my Smurf account. Explore Eder afterwards. A matrix of light appeared at Ha Jiang's feet, transporting her to a new world. Ha Jiang decided she would show everyone that she is not who she used to be. This time, with my Smurf account, I'll show you all what a real newbie hunt looks like. CBM create a public room with the title, Avai Salden Uedifi, for true newbies only. The AI immediately followed her orders and began to create the room. With all these veteran monsters gathering, is this the beginning of a newbie massacre? This map is Uedifi Classic Volcanic Arena. The players are standing on a rock platform completely surrounded by lava. So, who is my opponent? It's the Shadow Warrior Hoken, the man with hands ablaze with black flames. Based on his stance, he's probably a platinum ranker. This opponent. Jiang actually rates him pretty highly. Hoken is a character with easy-to-execute moves and some cheap but effective attacks. He's not hard to control, and on top of that, he's very strong. He's always in the top 3 most popular characters in UETIFI. And after a short wait, the match officially begins with Hoken dashing forward. With his hot-headed nature, he doesn't hesitate to throw a punch, full of killing intent at Ha Jiang. The move's specialty is utilizing the fighter's signature suicide dash. Black Flame Strike. As expected, Hoken is a formidable opponent. Just one powerful punch from him was enough to shake the heavens and the earth. However, Ha Jiang managed to jump high to dodge the attack. With her vast experience, she didn't rush to approach him. At close range, the fighter has the advantage. The basic strategy for a mage fighting a fighter is to first maintain distance, then use long-range magic attacks. And the match has only just begun. The fight has already escalated to its peak. Hoken couldn't predict what was coming next. He had no idea what kind of moves Ha Jiang had in store. And while he was still trying to process what was happening, a blinding light appeared and gathered on her staff. Wasting no more time, she officially unleashed her attack on Hoken. As expected, he couldn't react in time and was hit straight in the face by her staff. Blood started gushing from Hoken's nose. What the hell is this? Is this supposed to be magic? That was just throwing the staff. Seizing the opportunity while Hoken was stunned, she dashed towards him at the speed of light and grabbed his muscular arm. It's true that Ha Jiang is at a disadvantage against Hoken in terms of physique. But when it comes to combat strategy, she's second to none. This is the ultimate technique of all healing magic, physical magic. After getting her footing, she immediately slammed him to the ground. There it is. That takedown. She even perfectly mimicked Hoken's own move. After showing him what, she held her staff in her hands. Actually, physical magic is just a setup for the real magic. It takes a little time to activate. Almost there. The ultimate staff skill of Mage Ida Summon Meteor. At this moment, everyone's eyes were glued to the match, eagerly waiting for her trump card. A blazing red orb of energy appeared, terrifying anyone who looked at it. This is just overkill. Hoken no longer had his fierce demeanor. His eyes welled up with tears, about to cry like a 3-year-old because he was so scared. This is way too OP. No, not OP at all. Every day brings a new experience. A victor's smile spread across her face. Goodbye, Mr. Platinum Rank. I hope in your next game life you get reborn as a real jerk of a pro player. Damn these U85 veterans. I hope this game dies soon. The flames now completely engulfed Hoken, and as he was consumed by the sea of fire, he cursed the world. Crushing platinum-ranked newbies never gets old. Thanks, my dear Hoken, for those generous words of praise. Sword Saintess wins. Beyond all expectations, the one who achieved victory this time was none other than Ha Jiang. As the arena was restored before her, she felt quite relieved, because she had passed the first round. Luckily, this opponent wasn't too tough. Easiest mission ever. Way too easy. However, there were still 4 matches waiting for Ha Jiang. Anyway, let's keep going and complete the 5-win streak mission. Come on, summon the next opponent. Summoning the next opponent. After the first opponent was easily devoured by her, Ha Jiang's next opponent began to appear. Meta Steve. Isn't that a character just for newbies? It seems this match is going to be tough for Ha Jiang, because her opponent this time is Hyok. Their info is set to private right. Looks like it. Can't see anything about the character's history, huh? What's he doing? No way. Is he warming up? His jumping up and down surprised Ha Jiang and everyone else. Look, he's even tapping the floor of the arena. What's wrong with this guy? The way he moves, he looks like a newbie. She didn't rush to attack either, just stood there watching to see what the hell Hyok was doing. Are you really going to fight him? Protect the newbie. Stop the bullying. Faced with Hyok's utterly mindless actions, Ha Jiang didn't know what she should do. This is too much. Are we really going to fight a newbie? This lava. Then suddenly, a sly smile appeared on her face. I'd love to protect the newbie, but I still have to complete my mission. I can't believe a noob actually showed up. And if you're going to say that, at least wipe that smirk off your face. You're the one who clearly wrote "For True Beginners Only" in the lobby title. So, yeah, this is on you. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, she finally decided she was ready. Anyway, time to start the match. Let's just get this match started. Go easy on me, okay? This newbie is about to cry. It's been a long time since I've seen a total beginner. This newbie might just quit the game for good, but what they don't know is that this newbie can outskill every single person here. The newbie falls, and now there's only 1 second left. Facing disaster, he channeled all his strength into his feet and launched himself forward. The moment the fight command appeared, Hyok didn't hesitate for a second. He immediately charged forward, throwing a punch at Ha Jiang. There it is, the classic newbie rush-in. However, faced with his critical blow, she easily dodged it and even taunted Hyok. You think that's gonna work on me? I can even dodge Hoken's charge, you know, so a newbie's charge is nothing to me. But since Ha Jiang's opponent was Hyok, things were never going to be that simple. After his first attack missed, he immediately moved to step 2, planting one hand on the floor and using it to powerfully launch himself at Ha Jiang once more with a right hook. In that moment, Ha Jiang was caught off balance, unable to counter, and just like that, the tables turned. The one who was just taunting him a second ago got a mind-blowing punch to the face from Hyok. But wait, that first hit was just a light warm-up, because now Hyok was about to show Ha Jiang a real festival of pain. He started relentlessly punching her in the face at light speed, moving so fast that Hyok looked like a monster. His hands became a blur, flailing wildly. After taking that matrix of combo punches from him, Ha Jiang couldn't take it anymore and collapsed to the floor long before the match was over. And obviously now, Hyok was the most badass one here. Perfect. Seeing him take down Ha Jiang in the blink of an eye, easy as pie, everyone was completely shocked. A newbie just took down a veteran. He just said it. Felt pretty bad. What the hell did we just witness? That was one solid punch. Round 1 has ended, with just a few basic yet powerful moves. The next round, round 2, has now begun, and it looks like Ha Jiang still isn't over her loss to Hyok. A perfect loss. And to a newbie of all people. This is the greatest humiliation in UETIFI. I lost that easily. Stand up straight, swordswoman. Even though he beat her to a pulp, she wants to go another round. Wait, let's play one more match. No, everyone hold on. This isn't right at all, I swear. You all know I only lost because I let my guard down, right? Not wanting to lose face, Ha Jiang had to say that. but comments quickly popped up reminding her of what she said when she defeated her own previous opponent. No. Sword the Girl has donated 1,000 gun. That's right, I swear you said letting your guard down is also a part of a player's skill level. However, after experiencing Hyoke's superhuman physical strength firsthand, Ha-Jang's tune changed. No, but seriously, how can he be a newbie? He's obviously a smurf. You all thought he was a newbie too, didn't you? That's a good point. His acting was really convincing. After an incredibly bitter loss this time, Ha-Jang was determined to go all out and get her revenge no matter what. Regardless this time, I will be the one to get the perfect victory. Oh, so she's finally bringing out her main character. That's the character that made her famous as the Ant Princess back when she was a pro player. User King Lee Ji-sun has donated 1,000 gun, gets hit with a perfect loss, and immediately switches to Ha-Jang. Truly impressive. Yeah, impressive, I'll give her that. Impressive, or more like pathetic. Seeing everyone mock her, she became more furious than ever. This isn't funny. Ha-Jang tensed up, the monster inside. Her head awakened, and she breathed fire at the comments, declaring definitively, no. If I get serious, I will definitely win. You guys, I'm really pissed off now. So you'd better pray for his soul on my behalf. Once Ha-Jang makes up her mind, she wouldn't even spare Snow White. Today, right here. Ha-Jang is going to go all out against Hyoke, because from now on, I'm using my full power. Her eyes were filled with killing intent as Ha-Jang took her stance, preparing to charge. And, with the signal to start, Ha-Jang made a few objective observations about the guy. Just one look was enough to tell he definitely hadn't reached the highest rank supreme. At most, he was only mid-peak diamond, or a low-level grandmaster at best. The highest rank in Ultimate Fighter is Supreme, and among all the players, only 100 people, including myself, have ever reached it. His fighting style isn't typical for Ultify. He's probably a pro from another game trying his hand at Ultify. After a moment of observation, she finally realized something crucial. Ha-Jang planted her feet firmly on the arena floor as if she was about to make a move that would shake the heavens. Now let me show him what true control in a fight looks like. With her fiery temper, Ha-Jang didn't fight. Nice cautiously like before. Instead, she swiped through the air like a gust of wind. Although her speed was truly astonishing, it was nothing compared to Hyoke. He still easily ducked under Ha-Jang's sharp tiger claw-like slash. And of course, Hyoke wasn't about to let himself be put on the defensive. He immediately raised his fist to strike back. Since Ha-Jang was beaten so badly last time, her soul nearly ascended to heaven, she was now fully prepared. She defended carefully. I won't fall so easily this time, but who would have expected that Hyoke had already read Ha-Jang's attack? Before she could even process what was happening, he had already grabbed her hand tightly, and it seems nothing had changed. History was repeating itself. It was still Hyoke raising his fist, and it was still Ha-Jang frozen in shock. Surprised yet old hag, no matter how well she prepared, she still got her face punched in. To an outsider, it would seem like Hyoke was on something to be able to land every punch on Ha-Jang without missing a single one. Right now, she was nothing more than a punching bag for him to hit as he pleased. I'm gonna die. Damn it, this scene looks so familiar. She's been taken down with another perfect match, exactly like last time. And she calls herself a pro. She should be called Sword Brat instead of Sword Princess now. Looks like Ha-Jang was all talk from the start. Compared to Hyoke, she's still green and inexperienced. Even though she's been beaten to a pulp time and time again, Ha-Jang is still determined to get her revenge on Hyoke. And guess what? After 7,749 attempts to defeat Hyoke, all Ha-Jang got in return was a battered body. Come on, STV thing, go a little easy on her. At this point, she was trembling like a leaf, and her face was so battered she looked like a different person after those one-on-one duels with Hyoke, which were as intense as Free Fire. And the absolute winner, in a completely convincing fashion, was none other than Hyoke. A clean 5-win streak. The staff-wielding character was too easy to deal with at the start, but near the end she pulled out a sword and used some weird skills. So it got a little tricky. I wanted to try using superpowers, so I logged in through the special game mode, but out of habit I skipped the tutorial and had no idea how to use them. So I couldn't use anything at all. Hi. Ook clenched his fist, feeling he didn't perform as well as he'd wanted. To be sure, I even tried to use my instinctual control over my old magic, but it had no effect. Anyway, I chose this mode to relive my old powers. Next time, I should probably just follow the tutorial. But just then, Ha Jiang's reappearance caught his attention. Even though he'd just unleashed a flurry of attacks that left her breathless, Hai Ook now seemed friendly as he inquired, "You're back. You played pretty well just now. What's your rank?" However, he couldn't hear a single word coming out of her mouth. He just saw Ha Jiang fuming while pointing at his face. What are you saying? Hearing her speak was like listening to an alien. Hai Oak's expression was one of utter confusion. "What, I can't hear anything." Seeing that Ha Jiang's words weren't making any sound, Hai Ook tried to deduce. Could it be that they've enabled the mute function in-game to fully concentrate on playing? If that's the case, does that mean they can't hear a single word I'm saying? Seeing that wasting her breath was getting her nowhere, Ha Jiang stopped trying to talk and switched to actions, instead drawing her sword. But she didn't stop there. The next second, Hai Ook was bombarded by countless rematch and revenge requests popping up on his screen, leaving him completely overwhelmed. But of course, Hai Ook couldn't just sit around doing nothing all day. So he had no choice but to decline them all. "What should I do? Sorry, but I have to go." "Well then, have fun." Not wanting to stick around and make Ha Jiang hate him even more, he left immediately. I should log out quickly and figure out how to activate my skills in the game. Even though Hai Ok was already about to log out, but we still couldn't hear him. What on earth was Ha Jiang trying to say? As he was leaving, Hyosi couldn't help but be curious about everyone's reaction. What were they shouting about now? Based on their lip movements, are they asking for my username to add me as a friend and challenge me to a rematch? Finding this rather interesting, Hyok decided not to leave just yet and stuck around for a bit. Wait a minute. Maybe they still can't hear my username just like last time. Ha Jiang's face was a picture of utter shock and disbelief. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, her words finally came out. "Hey, you damn bastard, player 2 has logged out." Hai Ok logged out before Ha Jiang had a chance for revenge, so she decided she would hold a serious grudge over this and wait for the day she could ambush him. "I swear I will find you. Is that so?" Who the Sword Princess, a former pro player. Nobody knew the identity of Hai Ok, the person who had just created a legendary moment. Damn it. Who the hell is that guy? How dare they ignore me? Seeing herself being completely ignored, she couldn't help but scream in fury. TRPLA Nation has donated 1,000 gun. Wait, Sword Princess, that person isn't ignoring you. If it's a newly created account, the chat is turned off by default, you know. They probably never turned it on, which is why they couldn't hear you. This guy has a point. But no matter what she heard, it was like water off a duck's back to Ha Jiang. No way. That's impossible. You all saw it. This was the final round, and that was Ha Jiang's signature ultimate skill, the Dance of Death. That so-called newbie dodged all of my moves and took me down right as I was attacking. And to think a Unifier rookie could do that in a single match. Well, no way. That guy is definitely a former high-ranking player here to hunt me, or maybe a top amateur from Udify's golden age, or even a pro player. All hiding their identity. But seriously, who is that guy? Anato. Could it be? Just then, Ha Jiang also had a sudden realization. Anato. It was a familiar name, but one that had long since faded into obscurity, and now it was being mentioned again like a legend. A legend from Ultimate Fighter. The one called the greatest legend, Anato Noah. It's not him. Anato's style is standardized perfection, but this guy, there was no pattern to his movements. Just a few seconds later, she dismissed the thought. Ha Jiang couldn't help but repeatedly tell herself that it wasn't real. It was as if they had no pattern whatsoever. No, that's impossible. If that were true, wouldn't that mean they read all of my moves and reacted in the middle of combat? No way. That's beyond the scope of a mere fight. There's no way a monster like that could actually exist. A few hours later, after successfully completing his matches, he quickly returned to reality. In just a short while, Hai Ok casually played over 10 matches. That was the 14th match, right? Display my ranked stats. Current match stats are 14 wins and 0 losses. After having the chance to play with a few people, he had a general assessment. Aside from the first player, the overall skill level seems low even in ranked matches. So far, every opponent has fallen for a trap with just 1 or 2 basic feints exposing fatal openings, but I'm still only in diamond rank right now. There are still 2 ranks higher than me. Once I reach the highest tier, there will definitely be more interesting opponents. After some thought, he finally made a bold decision. But just to be sure, that first player seemed pretty good. I should send them a friend request. At that moment, Hyuk felt a little anxious. There, it's sent. I wonder if they'll accept. Jan Chill has invited you to a Super Player X match. After seeing the notification, Hyuk suddenly remembered. Oh right, I scheduled a live stream with Jian today. Not wanting to be late, he hit the accept button without hesitation. It's already 8 p.m. Time to go. Current viewers, 173. Is it because of Hyuk's popularity? You're a minute late. Master Hyuk is here. May his noble spirit always shine brightly. Everyone right now is eagerly awaiting Hyuk's appearance. Everyone, it's great to see you all again. Hey, is that the axe murderer behind you? Welcome back. Jian took this opportunity to quickly flex on everyone. That's right. Model. Look at him. He looks as cool as a murderer. I mean, my dear Appa is the infamous axe murderer in X-Slasher 2. What do you mean, axe murderer? Dan immediately answered his question. His last X-Slasher playthrough is going viral on all the gaming forums. So, what's on the agenda for today? Everyone grabbed a seat, eager to see what was about to happen. What's this? Is something big about to happen? Hyuk quickly grabbed his familiar axe and raised it high. Raise the axe. All right then. Introducing Master Hyuk's special technique for clearing X-Slasher stages, the ultimate axe massacre. It seems the 2 of them are now ready for an expedition. The viewers were holding their breath in anticipation. Everyone was getting extremely excited. Let's have a bloody battle. This isn't some tear-jerking drama. It's a display of absolute mayhem. You remember we stopped while we were fishing last time, right? Of course, how could we ever forget? I'm so excited to see it live again. You finally get to see it with your own eyes, buddy. My wallet is already tingling. Deanne then immediately set a specific goal. Today, we'll try to clear the part of X-Slasher 2 that we couldn't finish last time. After getting mentally prepared, what were they waiting for? They had to get started. All right then, let's begin. However, before they could even do anything, Hyuk suddenly became incredibly ferocious, raising his axe right in front of Diane, startling her. Hey, you crazy bastard, what's wrong with you? But of course, the axe wasn't aimed at Deanne. It swept right past her head. Turns out, behind Deanne were several small monsters. They were about to attack, but Hyuk had already sent one of them packing to meet its maker, and these were the vampiric beasts, a new trial they had to face in this stage. What the hell are they doing here? And there are 10 more of them. Despite being slightly outnumbered with his outstanding combat skills, Hyuk was confident he could take them all on, so he shot forward. I'll take care of these monsters first. The creatures didn't look friendly either. They were extremely fierce, their blood-red eyes brimming with killing intent. Facing these small fry amateurs, Hyuk didn't even need any heavy-duty gear. He just went straight into combat with his bare hands. Standing out amidst the pack of beasts were Hyuk's swift and skillful movements. He went from ripping off one's head to tearing off another's, as easily as pulling weeds. They were clearly no match for Hyuk, as they moved too slowly and their attacks were clumsy. All he needed was the small but mighty axe in his hand, and, with it, he could make them experience hell on earth. Hyuk sent them back to their maker, one by one, while surfing on the head of one he held in his hand. Then another beast, not knowing its own limits, jumped in to fight him. Knowing how to use everything at his disposal is also one of Hyuk's great advantages. He didn't waste time with words or flashy moves. He just took the first creature's head and threw it at the next one. And of course, the beast that had just charged in didn't meet a very good end. One by one, he beat them to a pulp. Die. Hyuk was also very considerate, letting them soak in the cool water before drowning them until they expired. But these beasts just kept popping up like mushrooms. They swarmed him like a colony of ants ganging up on Hyuk. But even so, he was able to maintain his form, although Hyuk knew full well he could outplay them all, but he still maintained a high level of focus, not daring to let his guard down for even a second. Who knows where these countless beasts crawled out from? As soon as one fell, another appeared, but it was no problem. This was just a perfect opportunity for him to train his arm strength. Sooner or later, Hayuki will be ripped with muscles anyway. Right now, he was nothing less than a killing machine, swinging clean slashes with zero wasted motion, turning the beast into cracked coconuts. Hayuki's beloved axe was now drenched in red blood, but the battle between him and them showed no signs of ending. However, Hayuki didn't want to drag this out with them any longer because he was getting bored, so he made a bold decision. All right, let's finish off this mob, shall we? The beasts still hadn't learned their lesson and kept charging at Hayuki like moths to a flame. He was surrounded, struggling with the one in front of him, but also had to pay close attention to every single move of the one behind him. Hayuki then clenched his teeth tightly, preparing to put an end to it right here. Now let's pick up where we left off last time. He says it, he does it. Without hesitation, Hayuki rushed forward with all his might, his axe splitting them into afterimages. The battle had reached its climax and was about to end. With just a single decisive and skillful move, Hayuki kicked countless beasts out of the game at once. And as usual, his peak performance always leaves everyone speechless and in awe. It's here Master Hayosei's Whirlwind Assault. I'm going crazy. Whirlwind Assault. User Ilya Chingame has donated 1,000 gun. Hey, you bastard. I asked you to play some auto chess. Why are you playing Diablo all by yourself? Master Hayuki is still a motion junkie as always. After spinning like a whirlwind and sweeping away the beasts, he couldn't help but get dizzy. I'm fine. I'm used to it. Then Hayuki stood up and looked around at the chaotic scene of blood and corpses before him. User Like Button Pen has donated 1,000 gun. You think they're still alive? He's actually asking if they're still alive. You completely wiped them out. It's true when you're handsome and cool, whatever you say is right. Seeing how they went down in one hit when I aimed for their weak spots, they don't seem very tough. Combat ability alone isn't enough. Analytical skills also contribute to victory. That's because you aim for their necks. Normally, even a grenade launcher might not kill them, but why were they so easy to take down? This time, how could they possibly survive getting their heads chopped off by an axe? It's just common sense. Actually, pros always use knives to take them down. Slashing with a melee weapon causes a longer stun. At that moment, Hayuki learned something new, so they were designed to be taken down that way. No wonder it was so easy. What the heck? We can't just charge in for a head-on fight like that. Sneaking up from behind and stabbing them is the best way. How can you fight 10 of them at once? By myself. If just 2 of them show up, we have to pull out the grenade launcher right away. Hayuki was reading everyone's comments while sharing his combat experience. Really, from what I observed, they just charged straight ahead. Can't you all just predict their move dodge and then slash them? That's it, right? But faced with Hayosei's matter-of-fact words, the chat could only let out a collective sigh. Normal people can't do that, you big oaf. You've never been this clueless before. How could a genius understand the struggles of a normal person? Oh well, as long as the stream is interesting, it's fine. Hayosei, still extremely excited, reenacted his previous moves. Right, just like last time when I took care of that brute stab swipe. After completing the mission on this stage, they continued their exploration. Stop explaining and get to the next stage already. Ah, right. So everyone remember stab swipe. Got it. Stab swipe. The way to dodge is to avoid it before you get hit. I see. I am enlightened now. After a scene change, Hohen is confronting Ha-Jang. He raises both hands to block her attack. It seems that after Ha-Jang's humiliating defeat to Hayosei, she has been frantically diving into real combat to improve her skills, waiting for the day she can get her revenge. Hohen won't be defeated so easily this time. It seems their reflexes are improving day by day. Ha-Jang's sword and his hand collide with great force, creating intense friction. After concentrating all her strength into her fist, Hohen waited for the right moment to throw a punch at Ha-Jang. However, as someone who had been punched so many times, Hohen reacted faster and dodged her punch. Of course, this was all thanks to Hayuki. It seems with her current determination, it'll be difficult for Hohen to win. Why won't you just die? In a flash, he became terrified when he was suddenly attacked by Ha-Jang. Death Dance. It seems Ha-Jang has learned a new attack style from Hayuki, terrorizing the opponent. With her barrage of punches It looks like the end has officially come for Ho Hen. The result after that, and it was indisputable, Ha Jiang was the winner. What opponent could possibly stand after such a devastating move? This opponent was a little tough. Who am I again? The flower of the sword maiden. That last dodge was perfect. Sidestep, then finish the opponent. Although she had taken down the opponent with a picture-perfect move, she couldn't stop worrying, relying on that skill. They must have reached the transcendence level, the death dance. It's effective even against high-rank masters, so why didn't it work on that brute earlier? And this was one of the biggest questions on her mind. Ha Jiang still couldn't breathe a sigh of relief. Not when she still didn't have any clear information about that guy. Is he a current pro player in UF? Or maybe a former player? Or he could be a former pro from Izon Fit ST, not UF. One thing's for sure, he could be one of the contenders for the title of the strongest in the world alongside Anato, the greatest legend in UF. And even though Ha Jiang couldn't stand Hyok, she still had to acknowledge his top-tier skills. Then, she remembered his earlier words and suddenly felt more confident. That's right. Only someone like that would say those things to me. Maybe he's genuinely curious about my skills. Huh, what are you talking about? Don't just give me that, I guess so, and leave it at that. Just then, a new notification popped up. You have one friend request. Curious Ha Jiang clicked on it. Wait a minute. I have a friend request. What is it? Don't tell me it's from some guy. If it's a man, I'm putting my guard up immediately. Seeing her suddenly flinch, everyone crowded around her. What is it? Why are you so surprised? What in the world could it be? Go on, accept my friend request. Hey, Sword Maiden, what's wrong? Why are you shaking? Ha Jiang was at her breaking point. If Hyok were here, she would have torn him to shreds by now. That damn bastard. Now you're changing your nickname just to mock me. I'm going to kill you. A friend request from, I guess so. But what Ha Jiang didn't know was that Hyok had been this clueless since the day he started playing. They say your ears itch when someone's talking about you, and Hyok was no exception. He couldn't stop digging in his ear, seeing Hai's strange behavior. Okjin immediately asked, "What are you doing?" Hyoki shared his thoughts. "Sorry, I think someone might be talking bad about me. My ear is super itchy. We're almost there." Through this iron door is the next boss. We've finally reached the next boss battle. Is the next boss an assassin? If there are two assassins, that would be insane. The further in we go, the more difficult and tricky the stages get, so Jean had to be extra prepared. I've read the strategy guide carefully this time. If you press this brick, it will open. And just like that, the door in front of them slowly creaked open, inviting them inside. A long hallway appeared before their eyes, and Jean urged Hyok to hurry. "Come on, let's get inside." They slowly ascended the cold stone steps. Just a few more stairs and we'll make it. These iron bars, and behind these bars, they moved slowly toward the source of the light, and when they looked inside, the place was just like a prison holding tormented souls. It was an incredibly haunting sight. As you can see, there are countless zombies, and with them, the final gatekeeper protecting the assassin. But as they took in the scene, everyone felt something was off. Everyone, hold on a second. Something isn't right. I don't see the assassin's gatekeeper anywhere. They immediately realized the huge problem here. That's right, the assassin is supposed to be standing right in the center. That doesn't look like a zombie at all. But life is full of surprises. Things got even more confusing when they noticed the presence of a woman. With disheveled hair, way in the back, there's an old woman in a wheelchair. What the hell? Why is she here? What is this? The moment he saw her face, Jean immediately screamed and hid behind Hyok. It's Chloe Joan, that old woman! He secretly pieced together her identity. Based on Jean's and the viewer's reactions, she must be a boss character. Perhaps the first person to be infected with the mutated virus or something like that. That's why she can control the other zombies. There really was someone like that before. After the outbreak, China was divided into 6 nations. That guy declared himself king in one of them. He awakened a power similar to the zombie virus that allowed him to command the infected. He even dared to challenge Chen Tao, the strongest person in China. So, What was the outcome back then? That's right, he was completely crushed by Chen Tao. That incident confirmed that transcendent rank hunters are immune to toxins and viruses. Man, that brings back memories. Even though everyone else was praying for their lives, Hai Oti just pointed forward excitedly. Anyway, that's a monster boss, right? However, everyone's answer shocked him so much, he froze on the spot. No, that's your wife. Well, ex-wife actually, but she's definitely a final boss monster. Ex-wife. The guy with the glasses is certain she's a monster boss. Dian then explained the rules of the game to Hyok. From what she knew, if Chan wasn't saved within a certain amount of time, she would age like this. The virus mutation has now manifested as aging. Could it be that our completion time is that slow? She immediately retorted, no, not at all. In fact, we've been extremely fast. Hey everyone, what's going on? The experts then started to chime in. We don't know either. Is this a game bug? Did someone who adjusted the difficulty just go crazy? User Aulia Ching Game has donated 1,000 goon. Isn't it because you haven't sprayed the serum yet? So we have to use the sprayer to apply the serum to slow down the infection. Surprise, old man. The one thing you refused to do from the start has now become useful. Normally, when entering the hidden route, you have to spray the serum all over the map with the sprayer, but the two capitalist brothers were blinded by the blog's reward. It seems they skipped extracting the serum and maxed out the game's difficulty. They can get a vaccine later to save Chan. Hyok also didn't expect that one small mistake would lead to such a huge mess. Damn it. So I'm the one who made her like this. That's right. You killed her, you murderer. Hyoc then asked. Anyway, that's my ex-wife, the one who aged because of the virus mutation, right? And now we have to defeat her. Oh, come on. What kind of storyline is this anyway? We're already almost at the end of the road, and only now you're making comments like that. With her vast experience, she enlightened him. Actually, Chan is the source of everything from the very beginning. Hey, everyone, you don't mind spoilers, do you? Not at all. This game came out years ago. What's there left to spoil? Actually, Chan was a biochemical researcher in a military organization. The mutant strain that caused all this chaos was created by her and her organization. The goal was to develop a bioterrorism weapon, but she tried to secretly take the mutant strain out of the lab to sell it to a rival organization. She was caught red-handed. She ended up hiding here while being pursued by her own organization, and in the process, Chan was infected with the pathogen from the mutant strain. In short, Chan is both the mastermind behind this situation and the source of the event. She is the host of the mutant strain. Jian quickly realized the problem after hearing the entire story from beginning to end. Hai Ot became more excited than ever. All right then. Simply put, we just need to take her down to clear the game, right? That's right. Without any hesitation, he picked up his axe. Good. Then Jian opened the iron gate. We're charging in right now. Okay, so we're facing an SS rank boss monster, and now the most breathtaking moment is about to come. What the murderer isn't showing up. Explain its underscore so-so. We don't know either. Don't ask us. We're newbies in this mode too. After the iron gate was opened, they were now ready to go all out. Let's begin. The moment you have all been waiting for. Witness the grand spectacle the Berserker Axe unleashes its move. Step aside, ladies, and get ready to watch Master Hyok dance. The curtains have just opened on the show, but the zombies couldn't take it anymore and impatiently rushed towards Hyok. Very quickly, he lopped off the head of one of them. This is the enhanced zombie sweep number 2, continuing from last time. If Hyok can still maintain his insane form like he has been, then this battle is his to win. He's got victory in the palm of his hand for sure. If this is their final battle, the one with the SSS rank boss, it'll be a piece of cake. Everyone couldn't help but worry for his safety, but there are too many enhanced zombies. It's double the last time. Even a small bite could inflict a status effect. No matter how good Master Hyok is, it's impossible to wipe them all out and then take down the final SS rank boss Chan. They just need to complete this mission, and they will have officially cleared the game. But don't forget, our Master Hyoki has a crowd-clearing special move, the Master's ultimate technique, Storm Shockwave. Everyone seems to have a lot of faith in Hyok, and because of that, he'll try his best not to disappoint, but using this move continuously in reality mode instead of game mode is a bit risky. Oh, right, Master Hyok is spinning. He has a superhuman body, but he gets dizzy from spinning. How cute! I wonder how he's going to wipe out those zombies. Everyone was eagerly anticipating his next breakthrough, seeing that the zombies were as countless as beasts and impossible to completely exterminate. OC started thinking of a more efficient plan. If the goal wasn't to eliminate them, but to take down the final SS-class boss, OC could just let the zombies get a hit in. He could end it quickly. If he could finish off the final SS-class boss, he could clear the game right here. So, he leaped past the horde of zombies, not even bothering to attack them, and changed his target to Chan. We can just dodge the zombies, find the shortest route, and take out the final SS-class boss directly. Right now, Chan is just a short distance away from OC, and he could take her down at any moment. But it was never going to be that easy. Turns out she had an incredibly powerful attack mechanism built into her eyes. When she saw him trying to get close, Chan immediately activated that feature. She was like an exploding bomb, releasing a massive amount of energy that made the entire area shake. Hyos never expected her to pull a move like that, so he couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. In just an instant, a terrifyingly powerful explosion went off, blowing a corner of the building to bits. Smoke and fire filled the space. It looks like things just got a lot tougher. OC couldn't finish her off as easily as before. Chan's ultimate sonic wave technique was activated, but it backfired. If he let his guard down, Chan's sonic wave is truly terrifying. You were a good teacher, master. The scene was completely wiped out. Now everything was totally destroyed under the pitch-black night sky. Everyone, look, is that a pile of zombies? Don't tell me it's some zombie that clawed its way out of the grave after that tremor. But it turned out to be Hayok himself. Luckily, he must have some serious guardian angels watching over him because he's still alive and kicking. That arm. Although they did make a small mistake which led to this incident. But as long as you're breathing, you can still make a comeback. Luckily, they're not dead yet. That was too close. Master Hayok, I can't believe it. Did he block that attack with enhanced zombies in such a short amount of time? Even though Chan just landed a painful blow on Hayok, she also spectacularly shot herself in the foot by taking out the zombies that were protecting her. In any case, that attack wiped out the remaining horde. Right now, only the final SS-class boss is left. If I'm careful with that last attack, I can take down the final SS-class boss in the blink of an eye. Despite OC's confidence, the others didn't think so. I mean, it is the final SS-class boss. You can't just say you'll beat it easily and have it be so. I'll say it again, you're the only one who can do it. The break time is over, and now's the time for them to unleash all of their attacks. Some kind of purple slime started oozing from Chan's eyes and mouth. Looks pretty bizarre. It's finally starting. A few super bosses phase 2. After transforming for a while, her new appearance was even more hideous than her old one. Chan, the black-faced bacterial tumor. But apparently that wasn't enough for her. Something long and green started to appear at the same time. That's not all. I wonder where it went. Damn it. The final SS-class boss. And 3 assassins. And he has to win with just 2 small axes. This difficulty is insane. Now Hayok has to face Chan, the black-faced head-on, plus her 3 serpents, which are as green as banana leaves. Seeing her transform from a regular zombie into such a horrifying monster, Deanne couldn't hide her astonishment. Are you kidding me? Normally there's only 1. Now there are 3 instead of 2. Not to mention there's still the final S-class boss is someone crazy. Difficulty. AI has donated 1,000 gun. From the very beginning, all I've thought about is destroying the one who forced me into hard labor. What perfect timing for a chat message. Speak of the devil. And AI appeared right away. At this point, no one could look away from this incredibly tense moment. They were just glued to the screen. Honestly, if I were AI, I'd be furious too, watching someone clear the game without firing a single bullet. And with only 2 axes. Try getting past this one too, axe wielder. Diane. Even though she wasn't doing much herself, she always believed that OC could handle this with no problem. How am I supposed to get past that? This is ridiculous. Even if the final SS-class boss isn't that hard for a special entity, everyone knows how tough those assassins are. Not to mention they turn invisible when they attack, making them even harder to deal with. Just thinking about it made Jian's face turn pale. National hip-hop champion Gio has donated 1,000 gun. Shoot them with a gun. So the bullet impact points appear. Is that how you clear the stage? But the problem is, we can't do that here. We're on a mission that only allows melee weapons. Since those two are slaves to capitalism, they just have to take the loss. In that case, can't his little sister shoot? Well, there's a reason the party leader hasn't fired a single shot this whole time. The mere thought of Jian shooting a gun gives both of them goosebumps. They don't dare to imagine such a horrifying thing. However, after reconsidering, she picked up a gun because, after all, Jian couldn't just sit back and do nothing. That person is right. My brother has been doing everything from the start. It would be enough if I could just hold back these grotesque killers with this gun. But just as Jian was filled with determination to help Hyok, he placed his hand on her gun, and then Hyok snatched it right out of her hand, and he forbade her from touching the firearm. Forget it. Don't get any funny ideas. Why, I just want to help you. But what Hyok meant was that he didn't want Jian to lift a finger at all. He just needed her to sit still in one spot. You not doing anything is how you can help me. Are you still haunted by that mistake? I just want to help you. To add fuel to the fire, everyone brought up that mistake that put a hole in the forehead of Master Hyok, the ally killer god. After being teased, Jian snapped, "Shut up. You think I wanted that to happen?" Hyok himself joined this game to improve his skills, but he just wants Jian to play and enjoy herself. Jen was probably just trying her best. After all, this is just a game for entertainment. Jin should be able to enjoy it too, right? Then he suddenly thought of something, so he turned and asked, "All right, do you still have those grenades we found earlier?" She immediately took out a few. These things, the two of them didn't hesitate any longer. They immediately got to work to end this quickly. They had discussed it beforehand. When I give the signal, throw it forward, okay? Let's go. Just trust me. I have a feeling she's going to forget to pull the pin. No way, don't raise a death flag. Seeing how everyone had lost faith in her, Jian spoke up, "Come on, at least I know how to use a grenade." Hearing that, he chuckled, "That's right, our Jian isn't that dumb." But everyone else retorted sharply, "But aren't you the one who treats her like she's the biggest idiot?" She means, well, that's enough. All right, let's begin. After waiting for the right moment, Hyok hoisted a zombie corpse onto his shoulder and flashed forward. "Get ready, Jian." Her 3 giant snakes immediately activated their transparency mode. It made them even more confused. Invisibility mode. The killer's invisible territory. The boss fight has officially begun. Although they were facing an incredibly formidable opponent, Hyuk wasn't scared at all and bravely charged forward. Now, Jian had been ready this whole time. She got into position and threw the grenade with incredible force. Not a single wasted motion. Whether it was accidental or on purpose, the grenade flew in a trajectory right over Hyok's head. Are you kidding me? Of all the places to throw, she threw it right over Master Hyok's head. In an instant, the grenade exploded. A plume of smoke appeared surrounding the 3 giant snakes. But Hyok was nowhere to be seen. Master Hyok, the second coming of the ally killer, the Jian destroyer god. Turns out that seemingly perfect throw just now was another botched throw from Jian's position. Sorry, big brother, my hand slipped. In another timeline, Hyok is a hero who saved humanity, so his good fortune is as high as a mountain. After that grenade throw, he was somehow still standing. Are you okay? That boy trusts you way too much, huh? Who's that? That's not it, Hyok. The reason I'm still in one piece is because I didn't put my faith in Jian. Of course I knew you'd do that. That's why I grabbed the zombie corpse to use as a shield. When everyone saw Hyuk was still safe and sound, they went wild. A god-tier revival. I may not trust Dian, but I always trust the kiting master. That's right. You'd better put your faith in my kiting skills, rather than in that little sister over there. He has 2 projectiles ready to launch from his sides. We believe in you, Master Hyok. As he charged forward with an axe in hand, he immediately showed off his raw physical strength by powerfully stabbing his axe right into the giant serpent's eye, limiting its movement. Killer's eye strike. It seems the first giant serpent has been given a taste of what real pain feels like. Master Hyok the assassin is behind you. The only disadvantage of taking them all on alone is that Hyuk is vulnerable to being ganked from behind. Black Cheon seized that opportunity trying to attack him from behind, but luckily Hyuk saw it just in time and reacted. He leaned to one side to dodge Cheon, who then shot straight down like a drill. But Hyuk still managed to leap into the air, dodging it with incredible ease. Of course, he wasn't about to just sit back and let it attack him. Hyuk immediately raised his axe, preparing to strike the giant serpent. However, contrary to Hyuk's expectations, its skin was as hard as rock. The axe blow left him a bit stunned. Things are getting tense now. His main weapon is his axe, but now it can't do a thing to the creature, and it didn't stop there. Another one appeared, using a stealth skill to attack from behind him. Behind you, assassin, a semi-transparent one, because they had the advantage of invisibility. Hyuk was also having a tough time fighting. He was immediately thrown back. The assassin's stealth function is back. It seems to have recovered from the earlier explosion. However, when it attacks or gets attacked, its invisibility will break. Isn't this getting way too intense? How can he possibly pierce through those tough scales with just an axe? It seems even Hyuk was now cracking a helpless smile. This is a bit annoying, huh? See, even he's stumped by this. But contrary to what everyone thought, this fight was actually giving him a thrill. It's annoying because it's even more interesting than I expected. He's completely insane. That's right. This is the Hyuk we all know. This time, let's make this a real game. Far from being discouraged, he became even more excited, charging forward at an insane speed. Hyuk quickly analyzed the situation. First, the one in the middle can't go invisible because it's injured. The other two are starting to cloak. Among the alien species from before, there were some who could alter their molecular structure to become transparent, letting all light pass through. Compared to them, these three snakes are nothing. But what Hyuk needs most right now is that feeling of his former glory. Let's begin. The feeling of destroying creatures like these. Yeah, back in the day. Without any more hesitation or wasted time, Hyuk charged towards Cheon and the three giant serpents with absolute arrogance, not giving a damn about any of them, because he was already used to the three serpents' attack patterns, so he could easily tell where they were, one in front and one at his back. Even though both invisible creatures attacked at the same time, Hyuk dodged them easily. That's insane. How could he dodge that attack? Is he even human? What kind of physical ability is that? To end this quickly, Hyuk decided to deal with the weakest one first, the one with the injured eye. But how is he planning to attack? Because of its scales, his attacks were ineffective. I'm not sure if the game applies this level of detail. But if the developer is the type to pay attention to small details, in the next second, everyone was stunned when he made an incredibly stylish move. No way. The snake's ventral scales. He's aiming for that. And using that weak point, Hyuk finished it off as smoothly as slicing fruit. That's right. Going against the grain like this. If I focus my attacks here, these reptilian monsters will go down in just one hit. As expected, Hyuk's keen observation skills allowed him to pinpoint its weak point and take it down. Only Master Hyuk could do something like that. Hey, if a normal person tried that, we'd die in one hit. The final boss's tentacle attack. At that moment, Cheon finally joined the battle, using its nimble tentacles to attack from multiple directions. But Hyuk was still a step faster and managed to dodge. He dodged it again. Even though he'd left one lying in a pool of blood, there were still two more waiting. Hyuk, assassin, behind you. But he was ready, his beloved axe already in hand. So no matter what was behind him, he could handle it all. Just as expected, Hyuk landed a devastating punch on the giant serpent. Second, his last punch was so powerful, it knocked it to the ground instantly. How you like that, huh? Die. It looks like the odds are now in Hyuk's favor. Once he got it under control, he used all his strength to pull back after hooking two axes into its snout. Man, Hyuk is insane. What the hell kind of crazy playstyle is this? While Hyuk was still dealing with this one, the third giant serpent appeared from behind, intending to save its buddy. The ultimate killer then remembered the tactic used against Kaozan, making friends slaughter each other. So Hyuk dodged to the side, letting the third one lunge forward and bite the second one. Come on, Hyuk. The greatest weakness of reptilian monsters is the inside of their mouths. After a moment's thought, he attacked the opposite side of its back, meaning its belly. You'd better remember that. He has to remember this if he's going to clear the game today. I knew you were still alive. The only one who can kill the god High Oak is the godslayer Dian. Both giant serpents looked completely exhausted now. Their bodies were covered in wounds, blood pouring out. But Hyoke loved seeing them that way. Just like this. So he rushed in to deliver the final blow. God, Hyoke, I'm a man, but I love you. Now there's only one left. Damn it. What's going to happen now? And with Hyoke's powerful and masterfully brutal performance, his opponents have been reduced to the final two palpable bosses. The bacterial entity Chan. Now all he has to do is finish it. And so Hyoke will officially become a beloved legend once this is all over. He was also incredibly excited, charging forward full of energy to face it one last time. Nothing is impossible, only a lack of will. Hyoke shot forward like a flash so fast you couldn't even see him. Then he leaped high into the air, deciding to go all out against Chan. No victory, no going home. Let's go wild! Chohwaseng Machine has donated 30,000 gun, we've won. Genius Oppen Eo has donated 10,000 gun. This is absolutely insane. And it's only the second day of full day, right? A huge spray of blood shot into the air. And with that, Hyoke was victorious. Has donated 10,000 gun. Could it be that Hyoke is a real god? Could it be that Hyoke is a real god? This is insane. Watching the live broadcast today was definitely the right decision. Anyone who missed this missed out on half their life. When Diane saw that Hyoke had defeated all of them, she was ecstatic and ran towards him. We won. We cleared the game. She couldn't hide her joy at that moment. Her eyes were shining like stars. Thanks for the donation. I'm really happy to see it. I just joined, and it's already over. Honestly, the Ultimate Fighter match was more interesting. Hyoke's axe was now covered in blood. After the clash with Hajiang, he had learned a thing or two. Especially the fight with the Dark Sword Girl. That was very interesting. The variety of attack patterns, distance control, and psychological games. Compared to that, these monsters with their instant kill moves and overly simple patterns. After thinking it over, Hyoke felt this battle wasn't too strenuous. Anyway, this time wasn't too hard. Black OK has donated 100,000 gun. You were amazing again today. Seeing a donation from the legendary CEO himself. He was incredibly excited. Black OK, thank you for today's donation as well. At least we weren't cheated on the mission reward. That damn mosquito has appeared again. He had to jump in right after getting a taste of the viewer count, didn't he? Is Hyoke's game-clearing video already uploaded to Black OK's channel? Was it edited in real time or something? It was posted the moment he cleared the game. But why is Hyoke's video on Black OK's channel? Den immediately jumped in to explain. That's because we haven't created our own channel account yet. In exchange for sending viewers their way, we agreed to upload this playthrough to their channel. Black OK Black Dark has donated 100,000 gun. I'm leaving now. Keep up the live stream. See you at the next collaboration. A collaboration? Are you two collaborating? That's insane. Seizing the opportunity, Diane immediately bragged about the collaboration with Black OK. I forgot to announce it. My Oppa is doing a joint live stream with Black OK. Has donated 1,000 gun. The two of you are streaming together. Hyoke immediately denied it. This time, it's just me and Black OK. And that stream won't be on Jian's channel, but on mine. It's finally happening. What's your streamer name? Hearing that, she immediately realized what was going on and asked him, have you thought of a name yet? Not yet. I was just planning on using my real name. If your sister is Jian Chu, then shouldn't you be Hyuk Chu? Hearing that incredibly awkward name, he grimaced with annoyance. I'd rather use my real name than copy my sister. Don't be so mean to your sister. This is true sibling love right here. Seeing him get all worked up over the name Ji-an, spoke up. What's wrong with John Chu? But in the next second, Hayek's expression changed in a flash. Ji-an. I think John Chu is a really great name. But do I really have to say it? Then in an instant, Hayek grimaced again, surprise. Who could have possibly seen that coming? Then he called out, striking a pose like a fierce diva. Hyuk Chu is here, but he couldn't help but crack up at his own cringy act. Do I have to do this embarrassing bit every time? And of course, even Ji-eun couldn't stand this disgustingly over-the-top performance. Stop it. That's so gross. I feel like I just witnessed something horrific. Please mark this as disturbing content. After proving to everyone that Hyuk Chu was a goosebump-inducing name, he decided to stick with his beloved real name. So I'll just use the name Hyuk. My eyes have rotted out. I can't see anything anymore. Anyway, my big brother's streamer debut will be tomorrow at 8 p.m. You can find more details on my Twitch profile. Only one more day until his debut. How am I supposed to wait until tomorrow? I'm just gonna hold my breath until then. Ji-an and Hyuk, grateful for everyone's enthusiastic support, thanked them and ended the stream. Thanks for watching, everyone. See you on the stream tomorrow. The next day. Why should Hyuk play Legend League next? I just want to watch. At least you're honest. The people requesting Legend League are idiots. Am I the only one who wants to see Hyuk destroy everything in Dark Souls? That game is ancient. Why doesn't he try that new game that just came out? At that moment, Black Oak was following Hyuk's every live stream. Just as I expected, he really knows how to hype up the crowd. And now the two of them were close buddies, video calling each other. Hyuk, you've seen the recent posts, right? I've seen them. To be honest, I didn't expect so many people to be talking about it. Hearing that he had to agree. That's the power of the influence you built up from Instector. After all, Hyuk has already demonstrated his overwhelming skills. I think the content of your live stream should be games that show off that physical strength of yours. Black Oak suggested excitedly. Hearing this, Hyuk became quite curious. What game is it? And Black Oak immediately mentioned his favorite game, Razor of Valhalla. Razor of Valhalla is a game set in the 9th century during the invasion of Anglo-Saxon England by the great heathen army of Viking warriors. It's known for its excellent combat mechanics and incredibly intense battles that are brutal, yet possess a certain nobility on the battlefield. More enthusiastically than anyone, Black OC hyped up the game to entice Hyuk into trying it. This is the perfect game to get the true Viking experience. It's also the most recommended game on the forums. What do you think, Hyuk, after listening without missing a single word? He had a few questions of his own. Valhalla has both a standard mode and a reality mode, right? That's right. Black Oak then continued to persuade Hyuk to dive into the game because it was made for you. Honestly, in terms of sheer entertainment value, Valhalla is the perfect game for you. Your greatest strength is your physical skill, isn't it? Valhalla supports both a game mode and a reality mode. From his enthusiastic pitch, the game sounded incredibly appealing. In the next moment, he revealed a mind-blowing fact that Hyuk might want to know. But most people can't keep up with the Viking-level physicality, so almost no one plays in reality mode. If you play the game in reality mode, you don't even have to encounter a proper boss. In real mode, even the Zaxxon foot soldiers at the beginning are incredibly hard to beat. I tried real mode a few times and got completely annihilated. After that, I got curious about his playthrough. Challenging real mode, huh? How far did you get? Black Oak didn't hesitate to reveal it. After many tries, I only managed to beat a single regular knight. But right after that, the next guy completely crushed me. I wouldn't call that a spoiler. Hearing that Hyuk was completely stunned to see Black Oak still struggling with this game. You did pretty well in Ultimate Fighter before, and yet even you are struggling against a single knight. Then for a normal player, it must be nearly impossible. Black Oak didn't expect Hyuk to be so blunt, so he felt a bit embarrassed and didn't know where to look. Saying it like that makes me a little embarrassed, you know. I lost miserably. Then he suddenly remembered as the memory came flooding back. We just had a match in Ultimate Fighter, and Hyuk is only going to get stronger. If I win just one round, I'll quit the alpha immediately and never fight Hyuk again. So, all that was just Black Oak's way of luring him into his glorious plan. What a tactic. You really fell for this. I will forever be the one who defeated Hyuk in the alpha. However, if Black Oak wanted that to happen, he would most likely get his ass kicked. Just like that Ha Jang guy charging in hoping he could brag about it. If it's this version of Hyuk, he might actually clear it all the way to the end. Valhalla's real mode challenge, something that even I have never been able to complete. To make absolutely sure Hyuk would play the game, Black Oak immediately started to pique his interest. Only a select few have ever reached the end of the real mode challenge in Valhalla, and even they could only pass it after countless retries. But if it's you, you won't need a single retry, and I believe you can overcome this challenge. It seems he placed a lot of faith in Hyok. After a conversation with Black Oak that felt very much like a sales pitch, he made his decision. I understand. It's 8 o'clock now. Hyok then booted up his machine, preparing for a new journey. If I want to be worthy of that faith, then I need to try even harder. He then sat down at his computer and excitedly started contacting Jianan. Jianan, can you hear me? On the other side of the screen, she connected and replied to Hyuk with a radiant smile. Yes, I can hear you clearly, Oppa. Please take good care of your manager role today. Well, then let's start. Full dive. Full dive, connecting to the game lobby. Here I am. Shouted out God, Hyuk. The gate has opened. Let's go. Everyone was waiting for every second of his comeback. What game are you playing today? What's the game? You're not playing Diablo. Amidst everyone's questions, he gave a cryptic answer. Hello, everyone. I'll tell you what I'm playing later. Diablo. That's a bit. Does anyone have any questions for me? Hearing that people started asking Hyuk a million questions. Who are you really? What did you do before this? How are you so good at gaming? Or should I say so good at fighting? Hyuk already had the answers in his head, but he didn't know how to phrase them, because every answer sounded so unbelievable. I once saved the world as the strongest hunter and then regressed. I can't just say I was trained to save a world that wasn't going to collapse. After thinking for a moment, he decided to skip the question. It's a bit difficult for me to talk about my past, so I'll pass on that. Look at that. The way he dodged the question, he must be an agent from some intelligence unit. He's definitely special forces. Faced with everyone's suspicions, Hyuk changed the subject again and asked, Anyway, there's something I want to ask all of you. I'm planning to make a game into my mainstreaming content. Come on, open the game library. When the two game titles appeared before them, everyone started buzzing. Exeus and Ultimate. He's already cleared Exeus, so let's skip that. Don't tell me it's Ultimate. A surprise attack from Ultimate Fighter. Yoshin Toskino has donated 1,000 gun. Wait, you've actually played Ultimate Fighter. He admitted it and explained why. I played it a few times back when it was still a buggy mess, so I feel pretty nostalgic about it now. What do you guys think? Master Hyuk playing a mediocre fighting game. He's part of the MZ generation after all. In that case, let's just go with Izon Fister. Seeing that no one appreciated his nostalgic game, he genuinely asked, just as Black OK had said, is Totem Fighter really that bad? Just then, Jean connected with him. Appa Ultimate Fighter is so outdated. Jean's manager mode activated. So cute, Jichu. Seeing Hyuk looking like a deer in the headlights just down from the mountains, she decided to enlighten him about Ultimate Fighter. It's so bad it's called Mediocre Brawler, or simply Mediocre. These days, Izon Fighter T is the top choice for fighting games. Hearing that, he decided not to stubbornly push for it. So for the time being, on the live stream, it's best. To avoid Automate Fighter, Stano's Death Reaper has donated 1,000 gun. If that's the case, why not try the masterpiece fighting game, Izon Fister? After that, Hyuk also announced, I've decided on today's game. Oppa, we have a ton of viewers. Let's get started soon. The viewer count this time is up to 2,245, about 20 times more than last time. So many people. Is this guy really that good at games? First time here. The guy's insane. Just watch, you'll see. After interacting with the fans for a bit, Hyuk didn't keep everyone waiting and got right to it. All right, let's start the game. God of War Valhalla. Full dive. God of War Valhalla connection complete. Currently in idle mode. He was instantly transported to a new space. He's in a sick Viking outfit. He was just talking about mediocre brawler, and now he suddenly switches to Valhalla. What a crazy pivot, Valhalla. It's calling to me. After landing, he quickly scanned his surroundings. So, this is the Viking world in God of War Valhalla, huh? You picked the mode first today, Appa! And on High Appa's notification screen, two options appeared, Game Mode and Reality Mode. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose the second one. I'll conquer Reality Mode first. First time playing the Reality Challenge mode. This is gonna be insane. Get some snacks. Vikings means a pair of axes. A pair of axes. And a pair of axes means God Hyuk is the hype train about to explode. Here's another pair of axes, but it didn't stop there. Hyuk then introduced another character. Today we have another special guest. And who else could it be? The guest he was talking about was none other than Black OK. Everyone, Chas Han has appeared. Black Mosquito is online. Look, that guy is in the game to farm items again. Then Black OK gave everyone a wink. Don't hate on this mosquito anymore, okay? Then Hyok explained their collaboration to everyone. That's right. According to our collaboration agreement, Black OK will bring his viewers over to my live stream. And in return, I'll upload our collab video to his channel. Black Oak had pulled in 2,427 viewers. See, he's not just a mosquito now, is he? He's honey now, right? As expected, he helped him attract a huge number of viewers, but just a short while later, the viewer count began to skyrocket. Current viewer count 5,128. This rookie is insane. Didn't he have 5 viewers on his first day? This is insane. A monster rookie has appeared. And all of this is exactly what Black Rose wants. That's right, this is how you build connections, one step at a time. If I build a relationship with the rising star Hyox now just by standing next to him, I'll reap all the benefits. What's this? He's already planning to profit off Hyox with that cunning smile on his face. After a long wait, they finally officially began. Let the game begin. Computer initiating game. Idle mode for the stage of Valhalla has been disabled. Storyline, the stage of Valhalla. Scene start, the year is 793. A horrific disaster descends upon the sacred land of Northumbria. A cursed name, the Viking Ragnar, where his warriors set foot on the shore. Ragnar fought his final battle against Aella, the second king of Northumbria, but things never go as planned. He fell into a trap and met a tragic end. Filled with resentment, he screamed loudly on the verge of death, "You cowardly Saxons! This isn't over. If my sons find out, they will not sit idly by from the warrior's hall that Odin prepared. I will smile and watch your demise." And those were his final words before being executed by that cold, sharp sword. Valhalla, and his life was thus tragically ended. A great spray of blood shoots into the air. Welcome to the stage of Valhalla, the warrior's recognition. And the sturdy man before you is Jidden Half-Fraser, the combat trainer and guide NPC. And this is the greatest Viking warrior who fell at the hands of the ruthless Saxons. Our mission is to seek revenge and retribution, and that is the journey Hyox will go on to beat this game. After explaining the mission, he boomed, "Only those who receive the warrior's recognition can become true warriors." Who will be the first to become a warrior of Odin? Since Hyox was new to the game, Black Ox explained it to him. Jidan. In normal mode, he's the one who teaches you yawn, parrying, and combat techniques. But in realistic mode, you have to earn Jidan's recognition to get the basic qualifications to play in Valhalla. It's also known as the warrior's recognition. Basically, realistic mode is for veterans. Newbies should just shut up and play the normal game mode. With his nature of always wanting to be first, Black Ox picked up his axes and said, "In that case, I'll go first, everyone." Black Ox is using dual axes. Is he trying to copy Master Hyox? This is going to be hilarious. But the look on his face right now is brimming with confidence. Everyone knows I've already taken down a knight with a sword and shield, right? Even if dual weapons are hard to use, it's just swapping a sword and shield for axes. Black Ox is naturally talented. Maybe he can actually do it. He has a lot of faith in himself that he can do it. That's right. Besides, I've challenged realistic mode in the stage of Valhalla before. Jidan seemed extremely intrigued by Black Ox's powerful weapons. Dual axes, eh? It's been a while since I've seen a foolish rookie brave enough to wield a weapon in each hand. I'll teach you the proper way to use those axes. Come on, rookie. And he was ready to teach Black Ox a lesson. The way he calls him rookie, I'll make you eat those words. With his show-off personality, he immediately dashed towards Jidan, 2 axes in hand. Black Ox obviously didn't want to be seen as a newbie, so he put all his strength into showing off his talent. Dual wielding is very difficult to control, but it has its own advantages. One of them is the element of surprise. By using 2 weapons, even if the enemy defends against the first attack, he seemed to be trying very hard, swinging a powerful axe blow toward Jidan, but the man still managed to block it with his blade in time. He didn't hesitate to give his direct feedback on the force of that last strike. With a sarcastic smile on his lips, "Your attack is too weak. If at first you don't succeed, try again." He hadn't given up yet, leaping high into the air to bring down a powerful blow, then suddenly finishing them off with a second strike. A dual axe combo. However, before he could even touch a single hair on the man's head, Black Ox was hit by a surprise punch from Jidan. Trying to run before you can walk. It seems Black Ox's skill level is still way too green for Jidan. He could easily take him down with a single punch. Afterwards, Black Ox struggled to his feet, still trembling uncontrollably. Seeing his lack of skill, everyone couldn't help but gossip. See, that's what happens when you try to dual wield without any skill. After facing Black Ox directly, Jidan also expressed his disappointment at his poor abilities. How pathetic! You're no warrior at all. Go find a job as a kitchen helper or something. A kitchen helper. In the language of the Vikings, this is a humiliation worse than any direct insult. Jidan, the master trash talker. And he was just getting started. And just like that, Black Ox suffered a humiliating defeat due to his own arrogance. Now then, next challenger step up. Seeing this, Hayok was kind enough to ask him, "Are you all right?" But Black Ox, "I'm fine." Yeah, fine. As in, a complete wreck. Seriously, sous chef. Mr. Hyok, was my dual axe performance that bad? When he heard a no come from his mouth, Black Ox's face lit up with joy. I knew it, Mr. Hyok is acknowledging my skills. However, Hyok's next soul-crushing words dragged Black Ox down to rock bottom. Rather than calling it bad, it's more like you couldn't do anything at all, could you? He's just telling the truth. Bad, you're completely useless. Everyone's insults combined with Hyok's comment rubbed salt in Black Ox's wound, causing him to freeze on the spot. Besides, all you did was get beaten to a pulp. And it didn't stop there. His words officially made the guy burst into tears like a child. All right, I get it. Please stop the cyberbullying. Just picking up a weapon doesn't mean it'll be effective. Whether it's effective or not depends entirely on the person wielding it. Dual axes may look flashy, but in reality, they have to be used in a very direct way. Fearing his words were a bit harsh for Black Ox, he suggested that he watch his video. If you watch my It's Super performance, you'll understand better. Black Ox, who now looked no different from a zombie frozen stiff on the spot, mumbled, "But I already watched it." For hours on end even, while trying to imitate you to the point my muscles ached. Seeing how hard the kid was trying to be like him, Hyok couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. Geez, you're such a pain, Black Ox. You have absolutely no talent. Even in It's Super 2, they called him a total noob. Faced with the guy's bewildered silence, he placed a hand on Black Ox's shoulder and offered some emotional advice. Just try to hang in there, no matter how incompetent or hopeless you are. In battle, Oliver has requested a 100,000 gun mission. Go all out and impress us, Mr. Hyok. Of course, that's if you can defeat Dijon. While Hyok cheerfully accepted the mission, Black Ox looked like he was about to eat him alive. Now I remember. This is my first mission. Damn it, if I could, I would have punched him by now. Hyok Godi SIP has requested a 10,000 gun mission. Add it to the last one. Suzugin has requested a 30,000 gun mission. Me too. Viking Style has requested a 30,000 gun mission. Seeing everyone donate so much money for him. For this mission, he had one question. Thanks, everyone. So is defeating Dijon really that hard? The guy immediately confirmed. That's right. Dijon is the retired vice captain of the Berserkers. Black Ox glanced over at Dijon training nearby and added, even in the mid-game, he's still pretty strong. How awkward. It seems that around here, there's no one who is a worthy opponent for Dijon. He possesses both a powerful physique and superb combat skills. You're so pathetic I can't even stand to watch anymore. After having put countless opponents in their place, Dijon issued another challenge. All right, who's the next one who dares to challenge me? Bitikchu has requested a 10,000 gun mission. There's no way he could lose. No matter how strong Dijon is, he's no match for Hyok. Shut your mouth, you pig. You're the pig here. Seeing the situation get tense, he calmed them down. All right, everyone, don't fight. After that, Hyok pondered for a moment. Just winning seems a little too easy. Let's see. If that's the case... Suddenly, Hyok pointed his axe forward much to Dijon's confusion. Sure enough, with his knack for quick victories, Hyok was about to raise the mission's difficulty to a whole new level. If I win within 10 seconds, the mission will be considered complete. Bai Tikchu has requested a 50,000 gun mission. Alright, I'll add it, but is 10 seconds really possible? Hai Vong Chu has requested a 100,000 gun mission. Take down Dijon in 10 seconds. Let's go. Lead Chu has requested a 50,000 gun mission. Isn't this just free money? Seriously, this is a guaranteed win. Dijon's not Blackhawk. He can probably last 10 seconds. Seeing that people didn't think very highly of him, he tried to defend himself. No, everyone, it's just that I wasn't used to using axes before. With my sword and shield combo, I wouldn't even need 3 seconds. That makes sense. Probably only 5 seconds then, right? Totally. As Dijon saw Hyuk walking toward him, axe in hand, he asked, "You use dual axes too?" Dijon was still very confident that he could take him down easily. Little did he know he wouldn't be smiling for much longer. All right, bring it on, kid. Let's see if you're worthy of using dual axes. Without keeping Dijon waiting any longer, Hyuk immediately raised his axe high, preparing a throw. With his terrifying arm strength, the axe flew toward Dijon at breakneck speed. He seemed extremely intrigued by his one-of-a-kind fighting style. Throwing your axe right from the start, huh? But High OC's last attack was blocked by him. However, just like their previous clashes, it was only a feint to lure his opponent in. The next second, Hyuk rushed forward, closing the distance with Dazan, and then swung his blade down. But luckily, Dazan was still alert and managed to block it with his sword in time. Although he was a bit surprised before Daizan now looked at Hyuk with completely different eyes, and his fighting style had become more serious. So throwing the money was just a feint. Finally, a worthy opponent has appeared. Hyuk wasn't being careless either. The Dizan in front of him was clearly no pushover. This guy is completely different from the others I've fought. His combat skills are outstanding. He trained by learning from combat data and refining his techniques. Isn't that what you'd call reinforcement learning? A sliver of doubt rose in his mind. There must be NPCs even stronger than Dizan. But my actual combat experience far surpasses any of them. After analyzing the situation and assessing his opponent's strength, he decided to act quickly and decisively. In any case, I'll take this guy down first. A circle of light was now forming around him, emitting magical rays. Unlike Black Octizan didn't mock Hyuk, but instead praised and encouraged his spirit. That's a good fighting spirit. Let's see if your skills are worthy of that spirit. Not wanting to remain on the defensive, Dazan flashed towards Hyuk, preparing to swing his axe at him. And of course, even though the man possessed immense strength, Hyuk had no trouble blocking the blow. Seeing this, Dazan continued to pour all his strength into trying to injure him. The strain was now clearly visible on his face. The duel was incredibly tense, with neither side giving an inch, and both evenly matched. Dazan's power is a level higher than mine. Realizing this fighting style wasn't going to work, Hyuk decided to switch to a new plan. In that case, I'll block his combo. Hyuk planted a foot on Dazan's sword to temporarily stop his next attacks. Then he used Dazan's sword as a lever to propel himself closer to him into a more effective and safer range. Lock his weapon, steal his attack rhythm, and jump. While Dazan was still trying to figure out what Hyuk was doing, it was already too late. He leaped high into the air. Surprise, old man. He didn't use his axe, but instead used the strength of his own leg to land a kick straight to Dazan's head. After making him cough up blood, Hyuk still wasn't satisfied. So he landed another punch on Dazan's leg. You damn brat. The beast within Dazan had now truly awakened. He was absolutely furious. Die. After that, the two faced off again. It was anyone's guess who would be faster and emerge victorious. The fight became even more thrilling and hard to look away from as Dazan's sword grazed past Hyuk's head. He had narrowly escaped death. With his flexible and agile body, Hyuk managed to flip behind him in time to prepare a rear ambush. Before Dazan could even react, Hyuk made a spectacular landing on his back. The impact felt like it would knock all his organs out. Dazan was enraged that he couldn't beat a mere kid, so he turned his head back and roared, "You brat!" But after he felt something sharp placed against the back of his neck, he stopped completely, not daring to move. The fight ended here. And as we can see from the result, Hyuk won a very convincing victory. Mission complete. After witnessing High OC's masterclass performance, everyone erupted in stunned amazement. That was insane. Did he really finish it in exactly 10 seconds? I'm in shock. Hi, DCIP has donated 10,000 guil. I knew you could do it. Du Hai Chu has donated 11,000 gil. Who was the idiot who thought this was a safe side quest? Seeing everyone's enthusiastic support, Hyoxi was extremely grateful. Thank you, everyone. Although Dizan had just been defeated by Hyuk, he still spoke up to acknowledge and praise him. Your talent. That was a decisive blow. It was like watching a son of Odin. When everyone heard him being praised with such a grand comparison, they also became excited. Son of Odin is the highest praise a Viking can give. Did Dizan really say that? Holy crap, that's the ultimate sign of respect. I'm an instant fan. Dizan was extremely curious about this talented young figure. So he spoke up and asked him, "What is your name, warrior blessed by Odin? Under the warm sunlight." Hyuk chose the brightest name among the remaining options, Ganna. Ganna is the main character of Jaegers of Valhalla, and it was truly surprising that having just joined the game, he had already received recognition from Jizan. An amazing name truly worthy of a Viking. Quest has been assigned. Jizan, he is the embodiment of the Berserker. He governs war and grants strength to humans against their enemies. Ganna, a great warrior, as if blessed by Odin, is worthy of the praise of many warriors. Perhaps the blood of the All-Father Odin flows through him. Current objective gain the recognition of the warriors. 1 out of 5 complete. At this point receiving the quest, Hyuk was also a bit surprised. There's a quest too that appeared so quickly. Dizan gives out a Son of Odin quest. That's amazing. This has never been revealed before, right? Then it seems Hyuk is a special case. I think so. It's a world first. I've never seen Dizan grant it before. At this point, he was also wondering, is this a rare trigger condition? With his vast experience, Black Orc immediately spoke up to confirm. Right, it's not a main quest, but a side quest that not just anyone can get. It's called the Son of Odin quest. If a person receives recognition from the warriors 5 times, they'll get the Son of Odin title through this quest. Whether you have the Son of Odin title or not is the symbol that decides whether you're a Valhalla pro or not. By now, it seemed Dot had started to understand everything. And from what Black Orc remembered, this wasn't the first time the Odin Sun quest had appeared. But as far as I know, this is the first time. It's been triggered in the tutorial area. It's not that no one has ever defeated Jadan in the tutorial area before, but since Jadan was never known to give out quests, Odin's Sun, perhaps the unlocking condition is related to the completion time. Since Hyuk finished it in 10 seconds, the threshold is probably within 10 to 30 seconds. Defeat Jadan within that time frame, and the Odin Sun quest will appear. Everything was gradually being revealed. Hearing that Hyuk also reasoned a bit. So, there's a time limit, huh? Daisy Morrow donated 1,000 gun right from the start. Someone is called the Son of Odin, while Black Orc gets called a kitchen hand even after playing so many times. That's actually impressive in its own way. Black Orc, unable to hold back his bitterness, immediately started a verbal spat with them. It's not because I suck, all right? Dual axes are just... If you guys tried it yourselves, you'd understand. Hyuk truly is a monster. Suddenly he put a hand on his shoulder and said, "That's right. Just like the horned black devil said, if you don't have the talent, it's better not to use dual axes." Black Orc's face was like, "Who asked you to say that? What did you just say?" Seeing that his last words were a bit awkward, he immediately corrected himself to avoid being misunderstood. I'm not saying Black Orc has no talent, but handling dual axes... you don't really have the talent for that. The more he heard, the more bitter Black Orc felt. His face looked like he was about to send Hyuk to hell. How is that any different? How many more times do I have to say it? Black Orc, you have no talent. Talent crisis. I can't let everyone keep putting me down like this. Black Orc picked up his sword once again. I'm serious. I'll admit I have no talent if I hear it from Hyuk, but I refuse to hear it from you guys. This time, I will earn Jaden's recognition. With my own weapon. Oh, you've switched to a sword and shield. Sword and shield are overpowered for real. That's right. Playing in realistic mode without a shield is absolute hell. When Hyuk saw how determined Black Orc was to redeem himself, he supported him. Black Orc, good luck. That's the most half-hearted cheer I've ever heard. The most insincere encouragement in history. It feels like he's saying, let's see what tricks you've got. You call that gentle Hayek really is his nemesis. Whatever he does, it's like he gets pushed to the bottom of society. Stop it. You're killing my motivation. I'm about to fight here. Hyuk's disciple has donated 1,000 gun. Actually, Black Orc is still in the top 5 of Valhalla players. That's right. If it weren't for Hayek being on a completely different level, Black Orc's skills are pretty decent. Hearing their tear-jerking words of encouragement, his spirits lifted considerably. Finally, I'm getting some recognition. But making fun of you is just too much fun. Shut up and fight, damn Black Orc. Just you wait. I'll prove I'm no less than Hayek and make you guys take back your words. Jidan now had his blade at the ready, having been waiting for him all afternoon. Did you drink your mommy's milk before trying again? Come on, you kitchen hand newbie. And a familiar scene unfolded again as Black Orc charged towards him. Just you watch. I'll make you eat those words. Damn it, I swear I've seen this scene before. He's just repeating himself. Black Orc is screwed. As long as you're breathing, you can still make a comeback. Now Black Orc and Jidan faced off once more. He was determined to change things this time, to change everyone's perception of him, but his first attack didn't go so smoothly and Black Orc was quickly pushed onto the defensive. Too weak. If you want to break my defense, then make your attacks heavier. He pulled his hand back, clenched his fist tightly, and prepared to unleash a devastating punch on Black Orc. But the Black Orc with dual axes was a thing of the past. Now it was Black Orc with a sword and shield. Wielding his usual weapons, his combat moves were more skillful. However, it seems Black Orc still needs a lot more practice. As he was immediately thrown aside by Jidan, this only made him feel more excited than ever. Yes, that's the fighting spirit I desire. The next second, while he was still unable to react, Jidan cleverly threw another kick to his stomach. Now this is getting interesting. While Black Orc was dazed and seeing stars somewhere in dreamland, Jidan gripped his axe tightly and charged forward like the wind. Let's have a proper fight. As expected, Black Orc was wise to choose a sword and shield as his weapon. A sturdy shield was exactly what helped him block the opponent's storm-like attacks. He's completely out of energy to counterattack right now, so all he can do is try to defend. However, just then Black Ox seized an opportunity and counterattacked Jisan. Seeing him time it so perfectly, Jisan got extremely excited. Nice move, you're not half bad. Indeed, this time Black OC's line of attack was more precise and observant, but he still got punched just like always. But it's not over yet. His incredibly determined fighting spirit won't let him stop. He has to keep swinging his sword forward. Damn it, I am Black Ock of Valhalla. Black Ock does have some guts. But why is this so boring? Is he aiming for Hayek? With the aura of a victor, surrounding himself with it, he spoke with an arrogant tone. But creating a sword and shield really does make a difference. You control the distance better, and your technique for using the shield is more refined compared to just using an axe. But in just an instant, he was knocked to the ground by Jisan. It looks like in this match, it'll be difficult for Black Ock to win. When Jisan's axe was placed against his neck, it was the moment Black Ock officially lost, for the second time. Although Black Ock tried his best, he still couldn't deny one thing, that his own skill level is still pretty green. This is the end. But then something incredibly wonderful and unexpected happened to him. Jisan acknowledged you. After all, changing your weapon has made you more useful. Today's training session ends here. Everyone dismiss. Hayek immediately went to help him up. Thanks, you worked hard. He finally got acknowledged by Jisan. Before they left, Jisan had a question. Hey, you two. Are you confident in your hunting skills? This must be a mission. Thinking this, Black O immediately raised his hand to volunteer. Of course we are. I'm a pretty decent archer myself. Hearing that, Jisan was very pleased and gave them instructions. All right. Then join the hunting party and get some food. Yes, sir. When the night sky covered the silent space, they had hunted a total of 4 animals. This one's a rabbit. When it was just the two of them alone, Black Ock finally dared to ask. Hey, Hayek, you've just been standing there watching this whole time. Have you ever shot a bow before? I've shot magic arrows before, but after some thought, he replied, I've played with a toy bow a few times, but this is the first time I've used a real one. Since they'd already completed their mission and there was nothing else to do, Black Ox suggested, well then, do you want to practice? Why don't you give it a try? How about aiming at that tree over there? Then under Black OC's guidance, Hayok picked up the bow and aimed carefully. First, control your breathing. Aim very carefully. After preparing thoroughly, he let go, letting the arrow fly forward. But since this was the first time Hayok had a chance to hold a real bow, he missed on his very first try. What was that you missed? It's true, nobody's perfect. Hyos might be skilled in combat, but when it comes to archery, he's still very green. So there's something even he's not good at, huh? If you've never shot before, it really is difficult. I bet after a few more tries, you'll get the hang of it. Seeing Hayok miss like that, Blackok felt somewhat comforted, and a smile brighter than the stars spread across his face. So there's something even Hayoki isn't good at. Don't worry, I'll teach you how to shoot. He couldn't help but feel smug about himself at this moment. He could finally brag a little. After all, I am the Robin Hood of Valhalla, the one and only Blackok. Honestly, just trust me, Hayok, I've got this. Look at him getting all excited about being good at something. Right, but he still misses 3 or 4 shots out of 10. But no matter what, he was still very proud of himself. Hey, but hitting that many is still pretty impressive, right? However, while they were chatting, a deer was standing behind them in the bushes. At the appearance of this 4-legged friend, Blackok immediately pushed Hayok aside to flex his skills. Is that a deer step aside Hayok? He immediately drew his bow, aiming straight at the deer. A bow is a weapon that takes a lot of time to master. Time to show off the archery skills I've honed in Valhalla and medieval games. 1 shot, 1 kill. You kids step aside and let me handle this. After taking perfect aim, his arrow flew forward. But unexpectedly, the more you show off, the harder you fail. And indeed, Blackok had another humiliating moment. He missed. 1 shot, 1 kill? It should be 1 shot, 1 miss. Hey, the deer got away while we were talking and distracted. So it took the chance to run for its life this time, for real. Blackok was about to raise his bow and shoot back, but Hayosi didn't give him the chance and pushed him aside. Forget it, just step aside for a bit. Hayoki is a true innovator. He didn't shoot his bow like usual, but instead threw his axe straight ahead. The axe flew like a shooting star towards the deer. And, in the next second, it sent the deer straight to meet its maker. As expected, Hayok always finds a clever way out of a tight spot. Did he really just kill it by throwing his axe? How the hell did he do that? That was amazing. And as always, Hayok felt that what he'd just done was perfectly normal. It's not that hard, you just have to guess the target's direction of movement. And then throw it there. Easy, he says. This guy is insanely good at throwing axes. His advice on how to throw accurately is to just throw accurately. They had completed their objective of hunting 5 animals. But that wasn't all. The next second, a notification board appeared again. Joint Quest Raid. Hey, a joint quest just popped up. Saxon soldiers are targeting the Viking base. Even though the Vikings had done nothing to them, the Saxons were making a move on them because of a previous Viking group that had already left. Right now, there are at most 10 enemies left there. Seeing that the Viking camp had thinned out, they decided to seize this opportunity to raid. Gaz, this is our chance. Go inform the captain quick. Understood. Keep watching them. After receiving the scout's report, the Saxon army decided to attack, and the person leading them is Kajali. Listen up, elite Saxon warriors. Those Viking savages are targeting our land. Send them straight to hell. An enemy is targeting the base. Return to camp before the enemy arrives. At that moment, that information was sent to them. Time until raid 7 minutes and 59 seconds. Everything up until now has just been a warm-up to welcome everyone. And now their journey in Co-op S officially begins. It seems the real game is starting now. Twin Axe Murderer has donated 1,000 goon. You get 5,000 goon for every kill with an axe you hear. Hearing that Hayosi's fighting spirit soared to the heavens. Thanks for the quest, my brother Twin Axe Murderer. After that, Black Oak didn't want to waste any more time. So he called out to him. All right then, let's hurry back. I know the way. Just follow me. I don't know if he's pretending to be a clueless deer or if he's really that dumb. But Hayok asked a facepalm-worthy question. Go back where? He immediately turned his head and answered his idiotic question. We need to get back to the base. The slower we are, the more Vikings will die, Hayok. Instead of working hard, let's work smart. Can't we just intercept them on the way? I mean, it's 5,000 goon per kill. It would be a waste if those other damn Vikings stepped in and stole them, so that's the reason why. Hyoc wanted to fight guerrilla style rather than face them head-on, but at Hyoc's suggestion, Black Oc's hands and feet went numb and sweat poured down like rain. Hyoc, there are about 20 enemies coming in this raid. Are you saying the two of us are going to take all of them down? Twin Axe Murderer has donated 1,000 goon. This streamer's way of thinking is completely different from ours, but to get 5,000 goon per kill, you can only use an axe. Right, are you really planning to solo all 20 of them? Has this finally gotten exciting? Alright then, let's go. Seeing Hyoc walk off so decisively, Black Ox silently prayed, "Wait, are you really going to do it?" Then the two of them wasted no more time and quickly found a way to intercept them. The Saxons hadn't attacked yet and were waiting for the right moment. Everyone stay alert. We're almost at the enemy's base. However, it seems they won't be getting there because Hyoc has already come to them. He immediately threw an axe forward, and one of them was unlucky enough to take it to the head, collapsing on the spot. The rest of them couldn't help but panic from such a sudden attack. It's an ambush. When they realized this wasn't a safe place and that someone was lurking, they immediately formed a line to block all avenues of attack. Hyoc and Black Ox then took the opportunity to reveal themselves while the enemy was in chaos. Vikings, there are only 2 of them. The Saxons were confident that their superior numbers would overwhelm the 2 of them, but unfortunately for them, they had run into someone like Hyoc, who isn't afraid of anyone. Fools, what can 2 people possibly do? Hey wait, you can't just charge in like that. Seeing that they had started the fight, Kazoli immediately ordered his troops to charge. You must be out of your minds, everyone attack. But to be more accurate, they were already surrounded by Hyoc. Because one Hyoc was more than enough to handle this entire crowd. A shot is a hit and a hit is a kill. With his top-tier aiming and axe-throwing skills, he instantly hurled an axe forward. And, of course, it pierced right through their shields, striking fear into them. Hyoc looked incredibly valiant at that moment. He truly embodies the Viking spirit. He powerfully slammed a fist right into the man's face. As long as he has his beloved axes in hand, nothing is impossible for Hyoc. He can wipe the entire map clean with just his twin axes. Indeed, his slashes were still as decisive and clean as ever. Very quickly, Hyoc pocketed his first 5,000 goon. Getting rich isn't hard when these Saxons are nothing to him. He could easily dodge all of their attacks. Die, that's the price you pay for messing with Hyoc. That price is a friendly punch to the cheek, courtesy of Hyoc. And just like that, one by one, they each took a devastating punch from him. It all happened in an instant. And, thanks to his completely overpowered punches, only a few Saxons were left standing. However, they weren't foolish enough to jump in and fight him. Otherwise, they'd meet a miserable end. Kazoli saw his soldiers hadn't even reached the V. Kings before they were almost completely wiped out, and he screamed, absolutely furious. You bastard, can't you stop? Hey Black Oak, what are you doing, not fighting? He hasn't lifted a single finger this whole time, but now he finally decided to charge in. I'm going in. This time I'll prove my strength against Kazon's elite warriors. Of course, not wanting to remain in Hyoc's shadow, he also joined the fight. He's already taken down 6 soldiers. Meanwhile, Hyoc was raking it in, having already earned 30,000 gun. He was also a bit worried about the other guy, wondering how he was faring. Are these the 6 Saxons? I wonder if Black Ox is fighting well. And just as he feared, Black Ox was in serious trouble struggling against a few soldiers. He really is a complete dead weight. Wait, Hyoc, help me! But Hyoc completely ignored him, leaving him to fend for himself. It might look like Black Ox is fine, but in reality, he's about to kick the bucket. He's about to be pushing up daisies. What the hell are you talking about? Help me. I'm about to die. He's still alive, so just drink it. Black Oatsy, at least try to pull your own weight. Even as Black Ox was getting beaten to a pulp, not knowing which way was up, Hyoc was still only focused on the soldiers. I'll focus on reducing the enemy numbers first. You bastard. But in that moment, another soldier who didn't know his place swung a knife at him. And of course, Hyoc easily dodged it. Die. To repay him for that move, Hyoc sent him straight to heaven with a picture-perfect slash. Each of his strikes was as clean as slicing fruit. He sent them to the underworld one by one. and now only Kazoli was left looking on in utter despair as his troops were annihilated. They were clearly no match for him. That's why the first thing you should do when facing an opponent like Hyokai is run, not stubbornly stay put. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and he was going to wipe them all out. Without leaving a single survivor, the few remaining soldiers finally began to feel overwhelming terror at his incredible power. But even so, it was already too late. One by one, they would all meet the same fate. No one would be left alive. This is insane. Hayok wiped them all out by himself. Only 6 left. After whirling around like a killing machine, he had nearly completed his objective. By now, everyone was wondering the same thing. Why are the NPCs so scared? If I were one of those soldiers, I would have peed my pants a long time ago. This is a game, but are these NPCs actually afraid? Even Hyoki couldn't explain this bizarre phenomenon. Are they really about to flee? Kazalizan, busy fighting Black Ock at the time, witnessed this and immediately shouted a reminder. What are you all doing? Don't be scared. You have to attack. But for some reason, they threw down their swords and surrendered. We can't do it. Run, that guy's a monster. At this rate, we're all going to die. And just like that, they dropped everything and ran for their lives. They're scattering in all directions. But when Hayok decides to wipe someone out, he finishes the job. There was no way he'd let them get away that easily. I can't let them get away. The moment he said that, he threw his axe without a second thought. It flew at lightning speed, ready to send them to meet their maker. In an instant, one of them was decapitated. The guy next to him glanced over his jaw, dropping at the horrifying sight. He must have been at the peak of his terror. His mouth hung open and his eyes rolled back on the verge of tears. This was the price they had to pay for messing with Hayok. He took them out one by one, clean and simple. One shot is all it takes. You think you can escape? Just give up. You're out of axes, so how can you possibly chase them down? But necessity is the mother of invention. Hyoki didn't falter for a moment and immediately drew an arrow. Let's try the bow this time. A bow, so is the axe's job done for now. As he drew his bow and aimed, he replied, No, I have a plan. However, after witnessing his last attempt at archery, where he didn't hit a single thing, everyone was pretty worried this time. His archery skills were pathetic. The rumors online were right on the money. Every arrow he fired not only missed the enemy, but also plunged straight into the ground, just as expected. What are you doing? Where are you even aiming? After those disastrous shots, he thought it over and came to a realization. Now I understand. Failure is the mother of success. He didn't give up and drew his bow again. All right, let's try this for real. You should just give up. That's not how you're supposed to shoot. But this time, Hayok aimed precisely and shot with enough force. The first man fell. You all were making fun of me before. So do you regret it now? And now, Hayoshi's archery skill was no longer terrible. It had reached a whole new level. He carefully calculated the arrow's trajectory to hit the man's leg precisely. Just a shot to the leg like that. The arrow pierced straight through his leg. He screamed in agony, his movement now restricted. It was then that everyone realized something was different. Don't tell me this was all planned from the start. But it wasn't that simple. The arrow dug deeper, making the man scream endlessly in pain. You're insane. How is this actually working? As the man collapsed to the ground, unable to fight anymore, Hayok flew in from behind, raising his axe high, ready to deliver the final blow. In that moment, face to face with death, the soldier pleaded helplessly and in agony, Please spare me. But for him there were no exceptions. Hayok pinned him down and used his axe to send the man to his grave. After taking care of him, he suddenly turned around. He saw one survivor still crawling away, trying to escape. When the man saw him turn, he was horrified and tried to scramble as far away as possible. No, stay away from me. In the next second, the Grim Reaper came knocking. He was sent on his way right then and there. To meet his ancestors, a look of helpless terror on his face. That night, the peaceful moonlight and quiet atmosphere were shattered by the terrified screams from the soldiers' battle. The ones led by Kazuli. After wiping out the soldiers so cleanly, Hayok felt the battle hadn't been difficult at all. That was too easy, wasn't it? Are you saying you mastered it after just 1 or 2 shots? That sounds like a lie. Are you the reincarnation of some archery god? My gosh, your archery was terrible before. How are you able to do it now? Hayok didn't overthink it and just said nonchalantly, "The bow. Oh, I just tried shooting it a few times and it worked out." He always says things are easy, that if you just do it, you'll succeed. Seriously, he's a true genius. But after toying with these small fry for a while, he remembered something. Now, all that's left is Cajun. Hayok, you're the absolute worst, leaving Blasik to struggle with the leader all by himself. Damn it! Hayok, don't just stand there and watch. After wildly swinging his sword around, he wasn't tired at all and was still spoiling for a fight. Where do you think you're looking? He's getting beaten badly. Not only was Hayok not helping him, he was just standing on the sidelines, observing and judging. Oh dear, that's not how you should be doing it. The leader swung his sword fiercely. Blasik fought back fearlessly and with determination, but just as Hayok was enjoying the show, Hayoki noticed something. While blocking a blow, Blasik turned back to plead for help. What are you still standing there for? Please help me. Right after he said that his shield was shattered by the leader. Oh no. It seems that at this moment, Black Oak was in some real trouble. His sword was broken, and if Hayao hadn't saved him, he was definitely going to be pushing up daisies soon. All he could do now was stand there, cover his face, and scream his head off. But Hayok, having at least a shred of decency, jumped between the two of them and blocked Kazone's attack. Seeing his fight interrupted by a third party, Kazone screeched in a rage like a stuck pig. You don't want to get involved in this anymore. Hayok immediately swung his axe towards Kazone to end things right here. With his superior fighting skills, he carried Black Oak and brilliantly completed the mission, wiping them all out. Finally, after a long battle, they could stop for a moment to rest. The raid mission was complete. He cleaned them all up by himself. I'm seriously shocked, man. I need to change my underwear. Just then, Hayok slowly approached Black Oak to check on him. Are you okay? He looked up with his scratched face and gritted his teeth full of bitterness. You could have helped me sooner. Faced with Black Oak's accusation, he just gave a nonchalant smile as if nothing had happened. My apologies. I thought you didn't need any help. Hearing this cold remark from Hayao, he couldn't help but be confused. Hayok then tried to explain, but the words that came out of his mouth just made you want to punch him in the face. Usually people get mad if you steal their kill right, and it wasn't exactly an emergency situation. Hearing such heartless words from Hawaii, I am very sorry, son. OC's mouth, Black Oak, became furious and pointed a finger in his face. So if that wasn't an emergency, then what is? He replied with another unbelievably tone-deaf comment. At least a severed arm or your guts spilling out. The monster inside Black Oak had truly awoken. He opened his mouth wide as if he wanted to bite Hayok's head off right there. That's just killing someone at that point. Anyway, at least one of your 12 intestines has to... He couldn't listen to another word coming out of his mouth and started sobbing. If you don't want to help, then just get out of here. Meanwhile, a group of people was rushing towards them. When he turned his head, he was a bit startled to recognize them. Jivan, with his hot-headed nature, He didn't say a word, just pushed Black Oak aside and dashed forward. Move it. Talk about no discrimination here. Jivan gave Black Oak the complete cold shoulder and ran towards Hayok. Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? It's nothing. I'm fine. Seeing the special treatment he was getting, he immediately put on his own pathetic, battered look. Jivan, I'm here too. He must have been a planet-destroying monster in his past life. Because now Black Oak was being mercilessly trampled on by Jivan's remaining subordinates. Sir Jivan. They just chatted casually among themselves, without paying the slightest attention to the poor boy named Black Oak curled up in a corner. There are no more enemies in the area. Ganna, are you injured? Damn it, I'm logging out for today. By the time Hayok remembered his existence, he was already too hurt and had logged out. I'm fine, but Black Oak has already logged out. But Jivan didn't care about him at all, only focusing on his favorite. I'm just glad you're not hurt. Why do I feel so pathetic? Suddenly, Hayok remembered something. Is this the end of the tutorial? I heard the open world starts from here. As he looked up at the sky with many questions in his head, a surprise appeared. What should I do first? User EpicXE has requested a quest worth 500,000 gun. If you defeat Stonefix STB Alpha with your current gear, I'll add another 500,000. Time remaining 11 hours and 59 minutes. Quest reward 1 million gun. So there's already a sponsor, huh? Although Hayek wasn't sure how tough this mission would be, he was determined to complete it, because he was a slave to money. B Alpha. I don't know who that is, but for 1 million gun, I'll do my best. However, Jeevan then expressed his reservations about this mission. Hold on, you're planning to fight B Alpha by yourself, that's a bit much. While he was still confused, he made an offer to cooperate. There's no other way. I'll join you. Comrades can now be recruited. Hayek still didn't quite understand the benefits of this. Recruit comrades. What's so good about that? They only appear and help when you blow the horn. After some consideration, and he couldn't bring himself to refuse and immediately agreed. I understand. Let's go together. A wise decision, boss. They didn't hesitate any longer and set off immediately to strike while the iron was hot. Prepare the horses now. Yes, boss. After that, D-Dan and Hayek, each on horseback, galloped forward. With a burning spirit of conquest, he had a question as they rode and immediately asked the old man, But who is this Bealpha Stonefisk? Drawing on his vast experience, the old man gave a brief introduction about him. He was once a jarl who served the king, but after the king's death, he lost his honor. To think that someone who once stood at the pinnacle of glory has now become such a disgrace. I've heard he's somewhere west of Sussex. He's been raiding the nearby villages. He's lost his way now. Bealpha. He was once a famous warrior among Xana's banner-bearers, a great warrior who seemed blessed by Odin himself. Someone like you might be able to lead him back to Valhalla. Current objective, gain the recognition of 5 warriors. Find Bealpha and gain the recognition of 1 warrior, and that was his next objective. One could only call it a top-tier vision. Mission completion time perfect. After traveling a rather long way, they finally stopped at a cliff. We've arrived. This is Bealpha's camp. Before them was a small camp with 2 soldiers standing guard at the gate. Having arrived, they immediately began to plan their attack. The old man gave Hayek a horn and said, I have an old connection with Bealpha, so I'll wait here. If you need my strength, blow this horn. True to his nature of striking fast and winning quickly, he leaped onto his horse and charged straight for the camp. Got it. I'm heading in. You can't just charge in like that. There are dozens of bandits in that camp. A guard seeing Hayek charging forward like the wind was utterly baffled. Since he was a kid, he's never been afraid of a single soul. So this time, he was going to wipe this place clean, leaving no one behind. So I have to defeat all of them to find Bealpha. Can't you just sneak in and take out Bealpha to complete the mission? The 2 guards saw the intruder and immediately aimed their spears at him with hostile eyes. Halt! But no matter how overwhelming their numbers were, he didn't flinch. A brave Viking warrior doesn't resort to sneak attacks. Inside, another man heard the commotion and turned toward the gate, 1 second before disaster. In a flash, Hayek blew past the gate guards and smashed through the gate, storming inside. Everyone within was thrown into chaos by the sudden attack from outside. The assault began. Now that he had gotten used to the bow, he immediately drew it and showed off his skills. Hayek was no longer a novice. Now every shot was a bullseye. Wherever his arrows flew, enemy blood sprayed. He had only just gotten inside, and already Hayek had sent quite a few men to their graves. Some turned tail and ran, but they weren't fast enough to escape his godlike archery speed. The remaining men grouped together, gripped their spears tightly, and prepared to swarm him. Kill him, stab him. Although Hayek was the main target, his useless horse was the first to be taken down, and so he now had to dismount and fight on his own. Surprise, old man. They never expected that he had baited them into attacking the horse so he could leap into the air and aim down at them from above, ending it as quickly as possible. To do so, he fired 3 arrows at once, not just 1. Take this die. Anyone targeted by Hayek could only stand still and wait for the Reaper to call their name. They were destined for the chopping block one way or another. After his flawless volley sent them spraying blood, he landed on the ground with a swagger. Just then, another man approached Hayek from behind, and it seemed he wouldn't be the one to attack first. Just as expected, he ordered the remaining men to defend, not to attack rashly. Damn it, shields up. Seeing this, he just scoffed, completely unafraid. Shields, huh? In that case, I'm done with these cowardly weapons. Hayuk immediately threw his bow to the ground and switched to a different weapon. It looked like their number was up today, because he had returned to his trusty favorite. From now on, we settle this with axes. Hayuk held his gleaming axe forward. It promised to be a bloodbath tonight. These guys really didn't know their own limits. Instead of fleeing, they picked up their weapons to fight Hayuk. Kill him. With his supple and agile body, he easily dodged all of their attacks. Standing out amidst the crowd of soldiers were his movements and his swift, decisive attacks. Even though they outnumbered Hayuk, fighting him was still incredibly tense and difficult for them. Although each of them was equipped with a shield, they couldn't avoid being struck by his axe. Indeed, Hayuk had a very aggressive and relentless fighting style. They only had the advantage in numbers. Their individual fighting skills and movements were poor. One of them exposed an opening, and instantly, Hayuk seized the opportunity to send him off. To meet his maker, the blood that sprayed into the air from the gash was enough to show just how powerful his strike was. Meanwhile, another man behind him raised his sword high, intending to strike Hayuk. "You bastard!" But the moment he saw the man behind him was the same moment that man met his end. With murderous intent in his eyes, Hayuk charged at him and violently shoved him away. The survivors, seeing that close combat wasn't working, switched tactics and started shooting arrows at Hayuk. Fire, but with his big brain, used the other guy's body as a shield. The man's face was a mask of agony as his own comrades turned him into a human pincushion. But the rest of them had no intention of stopping and just kept on shooting. Once that guy was no longer useful to Hayuk, he ruthlessly threw him straight at the others. One of them, a gray-haired man. Seeing this, he got extremely pissed off and yelled, "Do you think you can use such cheap tricks here?" Cheap or not, he was about to find out in the next second. Hayuk immediately dashed past the others, heading straight for that gray-haired guy. He really dug his own grave. That last sentence from the gray-haired guy just sent him to an early grave. The monster inside Hayuk had truly awakened, and now he was ready to finish him off. In this life-or-death moment, he screamed 2 words, hoping to be saved from that gleaming axe, "Leader." And just like that, his call was answered. An axe came flying from out of nowhere, spinning like a pinwheel. Just as Hayuk was about to finish off the gray-haired guy, he had to stop and block the axe flying towards him. Indeed, the final boss had truly appeared, ready to fight him. A massive foot slowly stepped out from the shadows. Just looking at that stride, you could tell. This was no ordinary person. Finally, the one Hayuk truly wanted a real fight with had shown himself. That's all that mattered. Big Alpha is here, he's here. Seeing him, the gray-haired guy grinned from ear to ear as if a savior had just fallen from the sky. "Leader, this is the guy. He's the one who—" And once again, his mouth got him into trouble. Hayuk immediately slammed his jaw shut to get him to stop his nonsense. "Shut up!" Seeing Hayuk suddenly invade their camp in the dead of night and kill his men, Alpha was furious. "You bastard!" Seeing his target had arrived, Hayuk was eager to complete the mission immediately. There's no time to waste. "Let's go, come on!" Coincidentally, he also used an axe as his main weapon. Big Alpha slammed his axe into the ground with incredible force as a warning. "You damn brat, you must be asking to die." Not wanting to be on the defensive, he immediately dashed forward to attack. Big Alpha's eyes glinted like a predator that had just spotted its prey. As for Hayuk, he just stood still, calm and collected. "I'll make you regret this." Meanwhile, another player was in the middle of an incredibly intense match. Against his opponent, Anato, victory. Long time no see. "Everyone, why are you only back now? It's been so long since Anato last streamed. I missed you so much." The fans were incredibly excited about his comeback. "This is your first live stream since the tournament. The Izon Fisher Tower tournament a few days ago, right?" "Yeah, it's a shame you only made it to the semifinals. How are you holding up? Are you okay?" Facing their concern, Anato told them how he was doing. "I'm fine. I took a few days off to get my head straight." He clenched his fist, remembering when he was at the peak of his glory. Back in the day in Ultimate Fighter, everyone used to say it was a given that Anato would win the world championship. I used to win world titles like it was nothing. But in the Izon Fisher Tower tournament, the best I could do was the semifinals. Anato's skill level was inconsistent, and the gap between the two games. But even so, he was still trying every single day to evolve. Still, I can't give up this easily. To remind himself of his roots with the current viewer count at 38,217, Anato made a very tempting suggestion. How about we take a little trip back home today? And just like that, he immediately launched the game. Izon Fisher Tower closing, Ultimate Fighter launching. Anato prepared to relive some old memories, but this decision of his caused his viewer count to drop by nearly half from 31,345 down to 17,041. Look at the viewer count drop. The game Ultimate Fighter. He glanced around at the surrounding scenery. It had been a long time since he'd left it. It's been a while, huh? I think it's been about a year since I last logged into Ultimate Fighter. Then he snapped his fingers. Let's use my old account. Hoken. Fighter Hoken. Just like that, Anato took on a new appearance. Looking cool as ever, he officially returned to the game. Anato couldn't wait any longer and immediately looked for an opponent. Let's queue up for a match. Finding match. The system immediately received his command and began searching. Searching for match. Elsewhere, Jiane and Hayek were watching his combat highlights together. The reactions this time were insane. Look at this. That video of the mountain attack still gives me chills. This doesn't make any sense. After editing it, looks like a masterpiece from a genius editor. The video has 102,000 views. What a crazy counterattack. How is that not a skill? Surprisingly, he did all of that manually. Jiane, her eyes glued to the screen, asked, "Are there memes from your stream already?" After watching it over and over, she turned to him with a bright expression and said, "At this rate, your stream will do great, even without me. However, that just means you need to work even harder, got it?" But after all his hard work in Hayek's eyes, Jane was still the one who contributed more. "Still, it's all thanks to you, Jiane. You worked so hard managing my stream today." After a long, tiring day, she stretched and yawned. "Hard work, whatever. Anyway, I'm going to bed." "Appa, you should get some rest too." However, at that moment, Hayek wasn't really in the mood to curl up in bed. Instead, he suggested, "It feels like a waste to go to sleep tonight. How about we try Izon Fisher since it's so popular right now?" "Never mind. I should stick to the plan and reach challenger rank in Uedify first. If I win one more match, I'll become a grandmaster, right?" After some consideration, I decided to go into the room instead. But that friend request I sent to the swordswoman, every time I check, she's always offline. Did she quit the game? At that moment, he suddenly remembered Troll's existence. Then Hayek sat down at the computer and started it up. Anyway, the computer began to boot up and entered the game lobby. Ranked match, searching for an opponent. As soon as he entered the computer, very quickly found him a suitable opponent. Soon after, Hayek was matched. The match begins. The first champion of the instant noodle cooking competition, Hayek glanced at the match stats a little puzzled. 0 wins, 0 losses. Is this an old account that's been reactivated after a long time away? He didn't think too much about it and just hit the accept button. After all, he was already in. Turns out Hayek's opponent this time is Anato. Match start. Record 621 wins, 0 losses. The player's name is HMMA. 100% win rate. That means they're somewhere between Grandmaster and Challenger. This could be someone's Smurf account. Don't you think so? Isn't that him from the Swordswoman's live stream? Wait, is it that Master Troll guy? Hearing this, Anato looked completely lost, as if he'd just come down from a mountain and asked, "What's a Master Troll?" Everyone quickly filled him in. Some mysterious pro who destroyed the Swordswoman live on stream. I watched it live. That guy is insanely good. I almost died laughing. It was beyond hilarious. Someone on the forum said their face looks a lot like his now. Nonsense, no way. After hearing all this, Anato found it quite interesting. Is that so? Then Anato immediately hit the accept button to test his skills against him directly. So, you like to play the hidden master, pretending to be a nobody, huh? Let's see if you can pull that off in front of me. And now Anato was fully prepared for the battle with Hayek, the mysterious pro. He cracked his knuckles a bit, his heart filled with excitement. I'm looking forward to seeing if I can truly figure out who you are. Anato immediately got into a ready stance. Come on, let's fight. But Hayek didn't charge in, he just pointed forward, leaving him completely baffled. He didn't want to make the first move, so he provoked him. Actually, why don't you go first? Wow, playing mind games right from the start. But Anato found the provocation ridiculous and said, "Are you looking down on me? I'll make you eat those words." And so Hayok successfully made him attack first, because it had been quite a while since Anato had a chance to come back and show off his skills, so he started with a powerful punch towards Hayok. He quickly threw an equally powerful kick, but luckily for him, he managed to duck just in time to escape a deadly blow from him. Suddenly, the next second, Anato grabbed Hayoke's ankle and immediately tossed him. He threw him into the air without any hesitation. It was truly a completely unexpected attack. But he wasn't done yet. Anato got into position to deliver another blow. At this point, Hayok hadn't stabilized his footing yet, so he could only raise his hands to his face to block the attack. Although he managed to partially block it, you have to admit Anato's last punch was really impressive. Afterwards, he couldn't help but grit his teeth, his face scrunching up in frustration. Damn it! How did he block that move? And that's enough of Anato's showboating. Now, it was Hayoke's time to shine with a straight punch right to his face. He kicked Anato's face like it was a soccer ball. After getting a taste of pain, he went into a freefall. After sending Anato to bite the dust, Hayok still wasn't satisfied. He continued to channel all his strength into his arm, preparing for the next blow. Anato immediately looked up and saw that he was about to meet his maker, his jaw dropping in shock. But even though he was a bit panicked, Anato kept a clear head and managed to dodge to the side in time, and escaped death in the nick of time. Impossible. How did he do that? Even after a year has passed, Anato is still getting pushed back. Hoken used to be the main choice during the early Anato alpha phase. It seems his performance now is a bit concerning. Anato's instincts are dead. Looks like he's let his guard down for a while. At that moment, Hayoke's eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at him. Anato stood frozen in place, pondering for a moment, not daring to charge forward anymore. Let my guard down, lost my touch. It's not just that. His techniques are only part of it. But during that last exchange, there was something else. A strange, unsettling feeling. If I don't figure out what that is, I'm going to lose. After thinking it through, Anato charged forward. First, I have to test his reaction. A lunging thrust is just a feint. The real attack is a low counterstrike. It seems he switched to strategy instead of focusing on raw power. It hit. He thought he had tricked Hayok with that one, but in the next second he raised his knee, surprising him. Looks like Anato is still too green. As for these kinds of tricks, he was all too familiar with them. So he gave him a nice punch as payback. Anato immediately fell back to keep his distance from Hayok. What the hell? He instantly countered with a close-range attack. Could it have been just a lucky shot? While he was standing there like a deer in headlights, not understanding what was happening. Hayok continued to rush toward him. When fighting, Hayok Anato always has to keep his guard up, never letting it down. He quickly dodged his head to the side, and Anato's other hand punched upward from below, but Hayok reacted quickly and blocked it. You little punk, take this! He immediately taught him a lesson by striking his joint with his hand. While Anato was thrown off by the missed attack, he seized the opportunity to punch straight, in right under his face, nearly defeating him. Looks like this is going to be tough for Anato. Is he reading all of my attack timings? If one way doesn't work, I'll try another. He didn't give up and immediately tried a different move. So let's try an attack from the blind spot behind his shoulder. But no matter what Anato did, Hayok could still dodge it as easily as pie because he was already on a whole other level. It didn't stop there. Hayok used the momentum from the recent impact to fling Anato far away to his utter astonishment. He never expected him to use that skill. Inverted Mountain Crush. Impossible. A counterattack without any preparatory movements. In the Alpha skill system, the Inverted Mountain Crush can only be activated after a special impulse stance. It's certainly possible to skip that stance when executing the skill, but doing so would mess up the timing and make it impossible to generate this kind of power. In Anato's mind, he couldn't explain this unbelievable phenomenon. No. What in the world is happening? Is Anato being crushed? Anato is losing in close quarters combat. Is this for real? While he was still bewildered, Hayok landed on the ground surrounded by a sea of flames. It seemed the climax of their battle had been reached. Neither was willing to back down. Now all that could be seen around Hyuk was a raging, terrifying fire. It was the red flame kick. At this point, Anato had no choice but to go all out against him. There's no turning back now. Damn it! The energy from the red flame kick is cutting off my retreat, and then the decisive blow, a finishing move that forces the opponent into a one-sided confrontation. He's using a wide area skill at such a close range. On Anato's face now was a look of admiration. He didn't expect Hyuk to go this big. Then he attacked when he noticed an opening in his assault. An opening. This is my chance. The red flame kick is powerful, but after that move, it can't be retracted. The time has come. As long as I can read the timing of the attack, dodging, it is a piece of cake. And after taking a beating so many times, he could now read his opponent's moves. After that, I'll take advantage of the time. During the red flame kick's cooldown to land a critical hit, at this moment both fighters launched their attacks at each other. Who will be the victor? A victorious, confident smile spread across Anato's face as if victory was his. But it's not that easy to win against me. Hyuk didn't attack as he expected, but did the exact opposite, catching Anato completely off guard. Impossible. Is that a reverse Crimson Flame kick technique? That's not the Crimson Flame kick, I know. And so he took the full force of Hyuk's incredibly painful Crimson Flame kick. After being thrown around and beaten up multiple times, Anato finally got a little smarter. To bypass the skill penalty, you have to input every move manually. Now I get it. That strange feeling. The next second he was hit with another merciless combo. This guy, he has never once relied on autocorrect for his moves. And then the move that had defeated countless opponents was unleashed right before his eyes. Hyuk threw a matrix of punches at Anato so fast, it looked like he had split into multiple clones, beating him back to the home screen. Hoken wins. And Hyuk, in the end, secured another victory. A very convincing one. You've got some skill. That final counter was so clean. Is today Alpha Anato's retirement ceremony or something? And even after the match was over, Anato still couldn't figure it out. Impossible. Can you really activate skills with perfect accuracy without needing corrections? I have to confirm this. So, he made an offer to Hyuk. One more match. Please, if you insist, I'm game. Hyuk agreed without hesitation. All right, let's fight. With his hot-headed nature, Anato immediately charged forward to attack Hyuk. All right, here I come. And in the next second, they were locked in another identical fight round 2. After a flurry of wild exchanges, the result was in. As expected, Hyuk won by a landslide once again. After trying again, Anato still got beaten, black and blue, unable to see his way home. That was almost a loss. He still didn't give up, stubbornly wanting to try again. Just one more match. Please. Just one more. Seeing that Anato still hadn't learned his lesson, Hyuk accepted the challenge once more. And so they continued to duel 2-3 times. Both were full of energy, neither giving an inch. And guess what? Anato still got his skull crushed by Hyuk as usual. Even if they fought until next year, Hyuk would always win in impressive fashion. It wasn't even a contest. That's 5 matches in a row. Let's call it a day. I'm leaving. After fighting so intensely, they were both completely wiped out. 5 wins. What's my record now? 26 wins, 0 losses. One more win and I'll rank up to Heavenly Beyond Heaven. If I reach Heavenly Beyond Heaven rank, I'll meet more interesting opponents. And if my stream viewers find out I'm playing Alpha Fighter, I'm still just a rookie streamer. And I even said I'd see them tomorrow on the stream. If I get caught playing another game by myself, I'll get flamed for it. Hyuk reminded himself to be extremely careful. So I have to hide my identity for as long as possible, then go public when I hit rank 1 in Ultimate Fighter. I already set my basic info and appearance to private. Right. The system confirmed. Yes. Until you change the settings, everyone in Ultimate Fighter will see you with the appearance below. Do you want to switch to your real appearance? Who would have thought? His in-game avatar was completely different from his handsome CEO-like appearance in real life. But Hyuk had no intention of changing his in-game look. No, I'll keep it as it is. Cancel appearance change. Anyway, if Alpha was this fun, Izan Fiat, the king of fighting games, must be even more thrilling. After that, he made a decision. To prepare for that, I should befriend people like Anato. sending a friend request to Anato. Do you want to include a message? Hearing that, High-Oak thought for a moment. Since Anato is pretty skilled, I should encourage him and push him to improve. So, it's not clear what he was typing, but High-Oak let out a sly smile. Meanwhile, after losing several matches in a row, High-Oak Anato found a quiet place to practice again. You have a new message. You've got talent. I've sent a friend request. Let's play again when you're free. Current viewers 22,176. Anato. He said I have talent. This guy's insane. He went pale when I showed up at his door. Go ahead, accept the friend request so you can eat my dust again next time. Anato's face looks so forced. In all the games he's played, he never expected to hear that. What's up? Just donated 1,000 guns. Who do you think he is? After so many matches against High-Oak, Anato still couldn't figure anything out about him. I don't know. To be honest, I don't have a single clue about that guy. Afterwards, he suddenly wanted to rewatch their fight. On a whim, he asked, Hey, you want to rewatch the match footage? Here it is, that moment. That brilliant crescent moon kick. It's still terrifying to watch again, isn't it? That was without any assists, right? Is that really why Anato got hit? The crescent moon kick is incredibly difficult to execute. Dungmin, for real, this guy is insane. Everyone was stunned by his godlike skill, but High-Oak hadn't even unleashed his full power and all his moves. If he had, Anato probably wouldn't have any teeth left to eat with. And it wasn't just that kick. If none of the moves he used had assists, then my mind is about to explode. Right, I thought I had this game all figured out, but it turns out there's a whole world of grueling training I knew nothing about. Anato clenched his fists, determined to get his revenge one day soon. At that moment, he finally understood the things that he had missed before. Maybe that's why I've been struggling in Izon Fisher tea lately. Perhaps the answer lies here. Okay, that's enough rewatching for now. When they saw Anato turn off the video, the others still seemed reluctant to stop. What gives? I wanted to see a more detailed analysis. Suddenly, Anato flashed a sly grin as if he was hatching a plan. There's no way I'm taking this beating alone. If I don't upload this footage, the other bastards will just run into him and get their faces smashed in anyway. It's better to keep this secret for now, and so Anato was the only one who knew, not a single other soul. If Anato isn't the villain here who is, it's true that villains often live carefree lives. He stood with his hands on his hips and let out a satisfied smile. Let all of them experience the feeling of being completely annihilated by him. Hey guys, did you see the match between Anato and What's Up? The way he friended Anato and said, let's play again. How hilarious. He found himself a new punching bag. Hearing those words about her older brother Jian couldn't help but slam her hand on the table in frustration. This is so irritating. What kind of stupid username is What's Up anyway? Seeing High-Oak get so brazenly overshadowed, she felt a fire burning inside her. The entire forum was talking about that guy. If it weren't for him, her brother would have been in that video. Yeah, so these pieces plays. No matter what anyone said, Jian still had absolute faith in High-Oak. It was just that he was obsessed with grinding in Valhalla lately. But when he logs back in, he'll definitely crush that guy. To make his rank climb smoother, she decided to lend him a hand. All right, I'll take care of maintaining his rank so it doesn't drop. I have to at least manage the leaderboards. Just then, she remembered High-Oak's absence. Speaking of which, I told that guy to go to the convenience store. Has he come back yet? At that moment, High-Oak was on his way to the convenience store looking extremely annoyed at being turned into an errand boy for his little sister. This brat. If she wants banana milk that badly, she should go buy it herself. Whatever, I'm only going because I have this card. I can grab some snacks for myself while I'm at it. However, as High-Oak was walking inside, he bumped into a small, glasses-wearing boy. At a glance, he looked like he was still a student. After the boy fell, a brand-new, still-packaged knife fell out from his things. Seeing this, High-Oak stopped and crouched down to check on the student. Hey, kid, you okay? Can you get up? He didn't know what the boy had been through, but his body was covered in bruises and scrapes. Yes, I'm sorry. But after taking a closer look, High-Oak was startled when he recognized this very familiar figure. Don't tell me you're Jegenmin Big Ears. Seeing a stranger who knew his name, the boy jumped in surprise. Huh, how do you know my nickname and my name? Who are you? Nothing is a coincidence. The reason I know is because... Let's go back to the story of a time before Hyoke's regression. Is it really Jegenmin, the sharp-eared strategist Jegenmin who once served under me? Old memories suddenly flooded back to Hyok like a film in slow motion. In the early days of the apocalypse, we gathered those with weaker abilities and formed the Wolf Pack. I commanded Squad 13, and the one who planned all of Squad 13's operations was none other than the big-eared strategist Jegenmin. Captain, I've always been so jealous of big guys. And like you. Quiet, you silly goose. Hearing that, Hyok immediately questioned him. There he goes again. Who gave him alcohol this time? Come on, Captain, don't nag him so much. A muscular blonde-haired woman then threw her arms around Reagan Min, teasing that our strategist needs a little booze to get his brain working smoothly. Right. But Big Ears doesn't like being treated like a kid, so he pushed her away and said, "Stop it. You adults are always calling me cute and treating me like a child. All of you." But in Manchi's eyes, Regenmin was still just an adorable little boy. Our Big Ears is so strong. I told you to stop, damn it. But it didn't end there, as Hwata started teasing him too. You two knock it off. Can't you see he hates it? Honestly, wouldn't it be more logical for you to cooperate with me? With her fiery temper, Manchi pulled out a massive hammer. Get lost, you perverted quack. The blue-haired girl didn't want to stir the hornet's nest. So she left. All right, I'll shut up. She turned to a corner, cursing inwardly. Damn that moody little monster. I thought I was going to wet myself. Meanwhile, she was busy looking for Jegenmin. Where'd he go? Then Hyuk, holding a small spoon, pointed off into the distance. Over there. You know what he does when he gets drunk. He climbs up somewhere high and just stands there brooding in the wind like some tragic hero. It's a bit strange, but it shows his fighting spirit. Despite his strong will, Manchi was worried for Regan Min's safety, so she called out again. Min, I won't tease you anymore, okay? Come down from there, it's dangerous. But he didn't seem to hear her, just standing there brooding. Captain, if I were as big and strong as you... Yuk sat quietly, letting him finish speaking. Would they bully me less? Though he stood under the bright moonlight, Jegenmin's mood was shrouded in darkness. He stood silently up on that high place, his heart filled with relentless guilt. If only I had... then maybe... this eye... The next second, Regan Min ripped off the cloth covering one of his eyes, revealing a blackened, completely destroyed eye socket. So that was the reason for his insecurity. Eh? And his guilt. And my little brother, I might not have lost him if I were strong like you, Captain, strong enough to face those alien monsters without even needing any special powers. Yuk listened patiently as Jegenmin poured out his choked-up words. To this day, he couldn't stop tormenting himself. Then I could have protected everyone. That's why, Captain, if only back then. But before he could finish, Jegenmin fell from above. He was clearly too drunk. Luckily, Hwata stepped in just in time to catch him. Damn it. If you're such a lightweight, you should know better. Every time he gets drunk, he climbs up high and cries about the past. Just then, another team member came looking for the captain. Gaeko. After scouting the situation, he reported, I've found their forward base. They're hiding out at the place of that crazy girl he's dating. Hearing this, Hyuk placed a hand on his sword and gave the order. Then it's time we made our move. Leave Big Ears with Wada and go wake up Old Man Mante. After deciding on their next move, they armed themselves with heavy weapons and headed out. We make this a quick and clean attack. Breakfast is waiting for us back at base. But what was waiting for them there was not what they expected. They walked right into an ambush. It was a trap, one set by the alien monsters to target the human resistance. An entire division of alien soldiers and 2 warrior-class enemies. Tragically, because of this surprise ambush, many fell in battle, including Geiko Sangui. In an instant, countless lives were lost. Humanity suffered a major loss of personnel. The survivors fought on, charging forward in a frenzy. Huan Gengel went berserk. She was fighting a warrior-class alien, losing control and nearing her limit. The situation was not looking good at all. The captain and the old man were both seriously wounded and unable to fight, but Jegenmin, with his indomitable spirit, could not just stand idly by and watch it all happen. Therefore, as the acting vice-captain of Squad 13, I order you, Hwata Manchi, you two escort the captain and the old man. and get off the battlefield immediately. But she couldn't bear to leave him behind to shoulder this burden alone, and she sobbed, "Damn it, let me!" But he didn't want to see another one of his comrades shed their blood. Regan Min was determined this time he would protect everyone. That's enough, Manchi. Even though facing these aliens was incredibly difficult. And Dangerous Jaganmin still forced a smile. No, Manchi, please. You know you have to. The one thing that can buy us time against these monsters. It's your shield. How could you create such a large shield with that small body of yours? Jaganmin was able to do it all thanks to his spirit, to fight until his very last breath. So just stick to the plan and take care of the captain for me, okay? Although they didn't want to leave him behind, the situation was just too dire. So this is where they had to say their farewells. You better not die, I'll kill you with my own 2 hands. The final code of Wolfpack Team 13 when the team faces its final moment. Save the captain and survive to fight. One day the captain must survive, and no matter what happens, complete the mission to avenge the Wolfpack. That is our oath. One day we'll meet again. With a smile and a drink on our graves, the flashback ends returning to the present. Now, before Hyoke's eyes is the image of that brave boy from long ago. That was the last time I saw Big Ears, and now I'm seeing him again, but in a different timeline. Although Hyok hadn't done or said anything yet, Jaganmin was startled and went on the defensive. Are you one of Minsu's lackeys? Minsu, oh, that childish thug who swore he'd get revenge on Big Ears. What a pretty boy escape artist. In the next second, Hyok explained, Minsu, I don't know who that is. And your name tag says Jaganmin. So when I saw your ears, I blurted out Big Ears without thinking. Anyway, sorry for calling you that, but you took a pretty hard fall just now. He seemed concerned about the boy's current state. Then Hyok intended to help Jaganmin pick up what he had dropped. But he was confused to see it was a knife. And I think you dropped this. Not wanting Hyok to get involved, he quickly picked it up. You don't need to worry about it, sir. Anyway, I wasn't paying attention and bumped into you. I'm sorry, sir. Jaganmin said nothing more and rushed out of the store, leaving him standing there, completely baffled. Right, he's a different person. And in a different time now. A connection that's not meant to happen in this lifetime. Hyok then started to walk inside, but after half a step, he suddenly stopped, as if he'd just realized something. Now Hyok suddenly had a very important realization. Wait a minute, this kid, don't tell me he's... After his accidental meeting with Hyok at the convenience store, Jaganmin found himself in a confrontation with Minsu, that crazy bastard. It was obvious he couldn't fight off their whole group by himself. Jaganmin was at a disadvantage and immediately got punched in the face. But as Minsu threw that punch, Jaganmin managed to slash his arm, leaving a painful cut. It made him furious. Minsu, are you okay? Damn it, you dare to fight back. One of the other 2 guys went ballistic, kicking him hard. A slave like you dares to hold a knife. He assaulted Jaganmin so brutally that the other guy couldn't just stand by and watch anymore and tried to intervene. Hey, stop it, man, you're going to kill him. But he wouldn't listen. He violently shoved his hand away and screamed in rage. Let go, damn it! I said I'd handle this bastard myself. Although Jaganmin's face was now bruised and scratched all over, they had no intention of letting him go. He gripped the boy's hair tightly, his eyes wide with rage as he ground his teeth, as if he wanted to eat Jaganmin alive. You piece of trash slave. Get this through your head. This is the price you pay for disobeying me. Understand. But just then, an uninvited guest appeared, grabbing their attention. Hey, mister, you shouldn't come in here. If you don't want to see something disgusting, turn back. Before he could finish his sentence, he was hit with a powerful punch that warped his face. Instant karma really gets everyone. And the one who had just taught him a lesson was none other than Hyok. He's fast for a short guy, huh? Some people just never learn. Another fat guy charged toward him. Who the hell are you, you bastard? But he was no match for Hyok and was flipped over like it was nothing. You can mess with anyone else. But messing with Hyok is a death sentence. Despite his large frame, he was taken down by Hyok in an instant, without a single wasted move. When Minsu saw some stranger jump in and ruin his fun, he started seething with rage and yelled, "What the hell is this? Who the hell are you, you dog?" Facing his arrogant taunts, Hyok wasn't scared in the slightest and immediately introduced himself. "I'm just his leader passing through. Jagan Min looked at Hyok with a mixture of admiration and confusion. That guy, the man from the convenience store. When he heard him introduce himself as the leader, his face began to contort with fear. You're with the three-way gang. Hyok couldn't accept it, being labeled as part of some lame-ass gang. So I punched Minsu in the face and shot back, I'm with the wolves, you little punk. Does that mean you're with Dongsan? The next second, he continued to get beaten up by Hyok. He was beaten to a pulp for running his mouth. Then you go with Mr. Yongpal. Beats me, you idiot. Jagan Min, who was just standing on the side watching, couldn't help but be flabbergasted. He's so strong, so cool. I want to be like him. That was so satisfying. They were finally miserably defeated by Hyok, after cleansing society of a guy who only knows how to bully. After weaker people, Hyok immediately returned to the game. Logging into the game lobby, I got an earful from Jean for being late, all because of that stupid guy. Hyok suddenly remembered the moment Jagan Min was clinging to him after he had just saved the kid. That clingy brat. Hyok never expected that doing a good deed to help the world would land him in such an awkward situation. Please accept me as your disciple master. Get off me. I'm on the phone, damn it. Did you just swear at me? After this encounter with Jagan Min, Hyok realized something extremely important. I have to try my best to explain to Jean that it was just a misunderstanding. But if Big Ears is in this timeline, then that means the others from my old team could be here too. Should I go look for them? Hyok was having an internal struggle between continuing his mission or settling down with his current life. But after thinking it over carefully, he decided to put saving the world on the back burner for now. I should focus on my own mess first, because right now I'm still drowning in a pile of unresolved problems. Anyway, I'm already swamped with debt. I have to pay all of that off first. Now let's open the chat window and make some money. It immediately followed Hyok's command, opening the chat window, going live. And then, hello, great Hyok. You're streaming on time for once, huh? As he started the stream, Hyok greeted everyone. Hello. Yesterday's clip was fire. If you had streamed yesterday, you definitely would have hit number 1. What a waste. Before starting to play, he chatted with everyone for a few minutes. I heard. I got to number 2 on the 2 trending clips, right? Normally, I'd definitely be number 1. But that god HMM completely wrecked the rankings. Who wouldn't rewatch the scene where Anato gets his head bashed in? Hearing that, Hyok wondered, the god HMM. Anato. Since yesterday, the god HMM has been dominating UETI fire. So when are you going to play Valhalla? Faced with everyone's questions, he suddenly remembered its existence. Wait a minute, now I'm curious too. Before I start Valhalla, let me check out this HMM guy's clip first. But as soon as he turned on the screen, Hyok couldn't help but jump. J-Men, wait a minute, isn't this me? When they saw him point at the screen and claim it was him, everyone was stunned for 5 seconds wondering. User Itojunji has donated 10,000 gold. He just bought UETI Fire 3 days ago. Hyuk quickly confirmed, that's right, and my playtime is about. And the number that appeared on the screen was 16.8 hours. The entire chat immediately exploded with laughter. A 3-day-old account, without using any assists. The Flaming Moon consecutive kick special move for real. And Hyuk's current, incredibly formidable record included 27 wins and 0 losses. The great Hyuk, this guy defeated Anato in just 17 hours. Anato has fallen. Could it be that the god Hyuk is planning to quit UETI Fire for good? Forget UETI Fire, is this guy really planning to play Valhalla right now? Not wanting to keep them waiting any longer, Hyuk started the game. Alright, now that that's confirmed, let's play Valhalla. Seeing everyone's drastic reaction, he asked again, sorry, but didn't you all come here for Valhalla? User Mamkey has donated 500,000 gun. Holding my breath waiting for the great HMM to play UETI Fire. User TNP has sent a mission for 130,000 gun. Win the next UETI Fire match. User Apty Firehouse has sent a mission for 100,000 gun. Stream UETI Fire for 24 hours if you fail to achieve a 30-win streak. User Lunar Sochi Chin has sent a mission for 1 million gun. Get to number 1 in UETI Firefighter within 24 hours. After seeing the money-drenched missions flood in Hyok was extremely surprised. That's already over 1 million gold. These quests are insane. There's no backing out now. We have to play UETI Fire. Right. Being a slave to capitalism, Hyok immediately abandoned Valhalla and returned to his darling UETI Fire. Come to think of it, I'm really craving some UETI Fire today. God, yes I am. Switching games is hilarious. This guy plays like a god and still gets baited. After that, he didn't keep everyone waiting and immediately started playing. All right then, let's fire up UETI Fire. Elsewhere, a not-so-small argument was taking place. Me? It wasn't me. I already confirmed it on the UETI Fire forums, buddy. Oh my god, it was definitely the guy using Hoken who smashed Anato's face in. If it wasn't him, then who else could it be? Seeing everyone pinning that name on him, even though it wasn't his, he became furious and slammed the table as he stood up. Damn it, this is so annoying. I swear it wasn't me. If it were me, why would I have to hide it? I would have streamed it and gotten a ton of views already. And the person vehemently denying this is Baron, a former pro gamer from UETI Fire, currently a professional gamer at Yun Feister, who uses Dizu Itive Coffin Top. Breaking news, after a donation of 1,000 Gwyn, the identity of the God HMM has been confirmed. He's not a former pro, just some streamer. At that moment, he was finally off the hook. See, I told you it wasn't me. But then, who is that player HMM? I'm the one who's thinking HMM. That guy is HMM, for real. Anato thought so too, then got his ass handed to him. Hearing that people are now saying he only just returned to UETIFI after a year. He probably hasn't even recovered his form yet. Alright, I'll show everyone that I'm better than that so-called God HMM. Basin starts matchmaking on UETIFI. Hearing about Hyok's formidable reputation, he now wants to test his skills against him. A match has been found. Against Basin, the timing couldn't be more perfect. The match between Hoken and the God HMM is about to begin. I've got chills. And now, a fiery clash between two extremely popular players is about to unfold. Speak of the devil and he appears. Alright, let me show everyone what I've got. It's time to teach God HMM a lesson. Connecting to Ultimate Fighter. And this time, the character Basin is entrusting is Hoken. He's brimming with fighting spirit. It's predicted to be a captivating duel between them. Down to the last second, the original Hoken master has arrived. Make way for Basin. And at that moment, Hyok also appeared. The two exchanged a few words before the match. You're that rising star, the God HMM, right? Hey Basin, what the hell is with this matchmaking level? Hyok then turned to ask his viewers a few questions. He seems pretty famous, huh? Not quite on Anato's level. But he's among the top. There was a time when he even defeated Anato. If Anato was the one who brought Hoken to a transcendent level and made it meta to the point of being called the father of Hoken, then Basin is the one who has won the most tournaments with Hoken. So now people call him the true heir of Hoken. Basically, Anato's successor plus Hoken prodigy equals Basin Ham. At this moment, he's already in his stance. Just waiting for Hyok. Hyok, the man who reached transcendent level in 3 days. Even though he's facing a formidable opponent, he isn't the least bit afraid. Let's fight. Watching this live feels like witnessing history. Hyok likes to gain the upper hand, so he immediately rushes forward. Basin, with his agile body, dodges his punch as easily as pie. Just as I thought. He starts with a close-quarters fighting style. Because Basin had already anticipated Hyok's moves, it wasn't too difficult for him to dodge. Instead of using predictable moves, he fights instinctively, mixing up skills as he pleases. Whatever attack he throws, Basin can block it all. Looks like this is going to be a tough one for Hyok. To be honest, it feels like I'm watching myself on the days I lose control. Hyok has been continuously unleashing earth-shattering blows, but still hasn't landed a single one on Basin. That's a fierce assault, isn't it? Basin can still fight, huh? Being able to block that is no small feat. He's still a goat of pure physical ability. Our boy Jondu is still in top form. Oh my god, he lasted a whole 10 seconds against the god. This comment is killing me. It's like Basin is going easy on him. Just go watch that guy's stream for 3 days. Then you'll know who's better. Seeing Hyok slowly creating distance, Basin scowls in annoyance and begins to change his strategy. He's gradually pushing me back. Guess I have no other choice. Time to use the secret move I saved for Anato. At that moment, Hyok lands a hit on Basin. However, he freezes for a few seconds when he realizes Basin is planning something. As expected, Basin immediately uses the power of flames to counter Hyok. His whole body blazes with fire. Reverse step, raging flame dance. This bastard made the raging flame dance explode in his hands. What the hell? The immense power of their attacks collided, and in an instant both were pushed back. The duel has now reached its climax. Neither is willing to give an inch. He's chaining it into raging flame kick. Huh, wait a minute, that's not flame kick. I think he reversed the input for flame kick. What? I don't recognize it anymore. Basin focuses all his power into his legs and dashes forward like a god with a battle-hungry expression on his face. It seems this time he's determined to go all out against Hyok. A punch blazing with the spirit of the Fire Fist is thrown forward. Ultimate move Flame Lance Basin looks like he just shot out of a sea of crimson fire. He aims straight for Hyok. Hyok is blinded by the sacred light of the flames and covers his eyes. Who would have thought Basin would go this big this time? His flame skill just now created a massive aftershock. A sky-shattering blazing explosion occurs right after, seeing that he created a crater big enough to swallow a whole building. Everyone was stunned. Holy crap, did he just combine the forward momentum of Raging Flame Kick with Crushing Moon Fist? What's more, he's micro-controlling the Rending Moon Kick to create a vortex that boosts its destructive power. His body control is insane. So fluid, switching back and forth between his enhanced and normal states. Is that even possible? The sheer power and ferocity of this technique is taking a heavy toll on my body. Damn it, the recoil is intense. At most, I can only use this once per fight. Anyway, while he was so sure he had victory in the bag, Hyok was already high above, preparing to counterattack. It's not over yet, you idiot. Basil couldn't believe he was unharmed after that earth-shattering fire scythe. Huh, is that it? That's not nearly enough to give Hyok any trouble. He dove down with flaming hands, punching straight below to put him in his place. Basil immediately raised his own fist, ready to fight back, but he still had to ask. Even with your insane durability, you're still standing. How is that possible? Who would have guessed? Hyok had observed Basil's attack patterns and was already applying them. Thanks to you, I learned a neat little trick, switching between enhanced and normal states, then turning the recoil into a crimson flame wave. When Basil saw how he'd learned it in a mere instant, he just couldn't believe it. He pointed right at Hyok's face. No way. That's a move I spent months of agonizing training to perfect. Are you telling me you copied it after seeing it just once? With my superior combat skills and vast experience, it didn't take much time to learn. It wasn't that hard, really. I neutralized your spear with my Crimson Flame Wave. Then I used the recoil from the Rending Moon Kick to teleport instantly. Basil, still refusing to believe what he was hearing, demanded, "Can you please say something that makes a little more sense?" He pointed to the network of scars on his own arm and challenged him, "What about the explosion when the flames ignite? You can't just ignore the damage from that." "Right. Every time you detonate that Crimson Flame recoil, it shreds the affected area. You know that perfectly well, don't you? So how come you don't have a single scratch on you? What kind of trick are you pulling?" And, sure enough, upon looking again, Hyok's body was completely unharmed without a single scratch. Seeing that Basil seemed completely baffled, he was kind enough to explain how to avoid the injury. You just have to pull your hand back before the explosion goes off. Like this. The more Basil watched Hyok's demonstration, the more he began to question reality. What is this nonsense, sharing the ultimate winning strategy, huh? Pull your hand back before you get hit, simple right. And, as for why Hyok was so experienced and skilled at that, it was soon revealed. Damn! Thinking back, we used to dare each other to stick our hands into the mouths of giant alligator monsters. We lost quite a few fingers to that game. It was hard to tell if Hyok was trying to teach him or just mess with him. Probably just messing with him, though he was showing off a little too much. Anyway, pull your hand back before the damage connects. Got it. That's the trick. The great Hyok. Right now, his fighting spirit was still boiling over, so Hyok made a suggestion. Anyway, seeing your technique, Basil, gave me a bit of inspiration. Let's go another round, Basil. Hearing the invitation from his rival, he didn't hesitate for a second and went all in. Fine, let's see just how good you really are. Your new technique is really... But who could have predicted it? Hayek charged forward like a god, using the technique he'd learned from me, my Crimson Flame Impact, since this is my moveset. I should be able to predict his next move. If that's the case, the next attack should be the spear. It's a linear attack. But he was completely wrong. Hayek suddenly switched to a totally different attack pattern. I'll just dodge it before it connects. That's not the spear. It's just a regular kick. Hayek unleashed an incredibly powerful flaming kick. Basil predicted he would create a shockwave next. The battle was gradually growing more intense. Both fighters were pouring all their strength into their attacks. Basil's face contorted as he struggled to defend. Don't tell me that's the Scythe Fire Frenzy kick. If I can just block one hit, I'll have an opening to counter. Surprise. It wasn't just the Scythe Fire Frenzy kick. It was the Scythe Fire Hurricane kick. Basil was now engulfed in a sea of fire with no way out. Just a second ago, he was so confident, and the next he was getting completely thrashed. Basil's eyes rolled back as he slowly began to lose consciousness. What the hell kind of game is this? So that's it. Victory. After a chaotic and explosive battle, Hayek was finally victorious. Absolutely legendary, chaining the Scythe Flame Frenzy kick into a Soul Flame combo, right as the first move ended. Oh my god, when I grow up, I want to be just like the great Hayek. I'm going insane, I can't believe what I'm seeing. Ione D got perfected again, no matter how impressive his win streak was. He was bound to fall at his hands anyway. But he's not ready to give up. He wants another match to settle the score. Let's go for one more. Look at Ione D giving it his all. But a true genius simply crushes everything beneath them. As he traded blows with Basil, Hayek also found it incredibly thrilling. I'm having fun with this match too, I guess. Hearing that Basil's heart now burned with fighting spirit, with flaming fists he charged forward aggressively. Then here I come again. But Hayek has never lost, so no matter how many times he tries, Hayek will always be the absolute victor. Is that right? He's already won 5 matches. That means Ione D has just been crushed 5 times in a row. Whoa, in the last match, he even bowed after losing. Look at Ione D trying to be so polite. Everyone burst out laughing at his pathetic defeat. Basil got completely wrecked. And to think, Ione D's awesome new move was the Black Orb Barrage. The Dim Reaper countered it perfectly and instantly. Your move is really amazing. Ione D is officially mind-blown. By now he had no strength left to fight and had to admit defeat. Afterwards, Hayek walked over to Basil, offered a hand, and praised him for his powerful move. That triple jump into the Black Flame Barrage was insanely cool. I learned a lot from that. Now get up. He wasn't stubborn anymore and took his hand to be helped up. Damn it. If you learned something, then I guess it was worth it. At that moment, he began to see Hayek in a completely different light. Those system-based techniques are actually pretty interesting. He'll probably become a decent hunter. The Dim Reaper just stood there motionless. Is he preparing for something? Like that comment he made after beating the female swordmaster and Anato. I mean, the guy lost 5 matches in a row. He totally deserves it, right? Suddenly, when the crowd reminded him of what he did after defeating Anato, he got the idea to do the same thing to Basil. Actually, I was trying to give them a sincere compliment. I didn't mean to mock them, but what can you do? The audience wants a show. Having made up his mind, he did it right away. You're Basil, right? That's right. Then Hayek pointed straight at him. He then uttered his compliment for Basil, which was actually a taunt. Basil, you've got talent. Well then, see you around. Let's have another fun match next time. Seeing Hayek log out right after that taunt, he was visibly annoyed. You've got talent, huh? This is exactly why I watch Hayek's stream. But the viewers didn't want him to end the stream there, so they immediately urged him to jump into the next match right away. On to the next match. Stream starting. It looks like Hayek has a ton of support now. The viewer count is up to 12,048. Look how many viewers we have. But at that moment, he couldn't help but wonder something. Wait a minute. If the number of viewers is going up, why isn't the mission reward increasing? Is this a bug? His greed mode just activated. Honestly, I love how consistent he is. Isn't there a mission for hitting rank 1? Let's go hunt some high rankers. Hyuk decided to go along with what the viewers wanted. Alright then, let's keep this going. And so he continued his journey. And things went incredibly smoothly from there. Hyuk's winning streak continued, and every opponent who faced him was taken down in the blink of an eye. And so, Hyuk's winning streak grew longer and longer. With his overwhelming power, he blazed a trail through the rankings. Everywhere he went, Hyuk completely dominated. Not a single opponent could even lay a finger on him. The Dim Reaper. Is that so? After winning against all those opponents, when he felt that none of them were a worthy match, he decided to search for a new opponent. Time to find a tougher match. It's probably because you've already wiped out all the decent players. And now for the hot news, Challenger HMM quietly turned off his stream, claiming his mom was calling him for dinner after realizing no one else was going to challenge him today. Hyuk decided to stop streaming for now. I guess that's it for today then. But just as he was about to log out, the system found a match for him. A match was found very quickly, and Hyuk's next opponent appeared. Good evening. I'm here today to find the person who defeated Anato, so I queued up on the Kazir server. And there stood a man in an incredibly stylish purple suit and red hair. This guy is Vogan, who tried rolling the gacha on the Kazir server. How surprising Hyuk's opponent this time is a foreigner. Is he Japanese? Did this just turn into a Korea versus Japan match all of a sudden? Isn't that Suki the one they call the Anato of Japan? User Alibaba Gon donated $1,000. Suki is a famous fighting game player from Japan. Towards the end of his career, he won an additional 2 world championships. He proved himself not only an ultimate fighter, but also in Izon Fighter T as one of Asia's top players. In UEFI 5, he mainly plays Suki. He looks incredibly eager to face Hyuk right now. The 1,000 gun punch. This is getting way too long-winded. Can't resist some hot gossip, huh? If you're going to write more than 3 lines, you should donate at least 5,000 gun. Since Hyuk doesn't understand Japanese, he's doing a little setup before they start. Here we go. He's turning on the translation function. Suki, who won't cry until he sees the coffin, is incredibly confident. You're HMM, the one who defeated Anato, correct? I will be the first one to defeat this Korean pro. His energy is kinda cute. Judging by the way Suki's acting, he probably hasn't heard about our guy. Man, I can't wait to see the reactions from the Japanese viewers. He's ready to fight you now. Come on, let's go. Hey, Hyuk. Aren't you going to change your character? Heeding everyone's suggestion, Hyuk decided to give it a try for once. Since you brought it up, maybe I'll try switching characters this time, huh? Which one should it be? Yamazaki or Steve? The character you fought, the female swordmaster with Hyuk. He pointed forward and decided. That character. And the character he chose was none other than Vogan. Are you serious? You're picking Vogan to fight Suki, the master of Vogan. So it's going to be a mirror match. I can't wait.